what? Another very long week. Good morning or good afternoon. Why do I always want to say that? Hi, Gumps. Hey, Kira. Feels like years. I know. It literally. But it's like the time goes fast during the days, but then it also feels like years. I've never experienced time the way I've experienced time in the last month. That's probably it's absolutely wild. 23 days of my life. Is that exactly how long it's been? Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Subscribe if you want to. I have 80 subscribers on TikTok. I get anxiety watching all the TikTok subscribers deplete. But again, you can subscribe in the Discord. You can. Oh, I forgot. I thought I did do that. Sorry. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Sorry, I'm getting way ahead of myself. Give me 1 second to make sure I'm live. Okay, I am live on TikTok and on YouTube really quick. I was like, why do I feel like I haven't done what I'm usually supposed to do? There we go. Okay. Just give me 1 second to make sure I'm live on. There we go. And now we're rocking and rolling. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. I am here. Oh, and I need to do one more thing. Just refresh this. If you have not subscribed on YouTube or followed on Twitch, please do. We are live on both. You can hang out in whichever chats you want. If you would like to be a membership or do super chats on YouTube, I will read them periodically throughout the show. You can subscribe on Twitch as well. I know I was sick all last week and I'm still feeling a little under the weather, so I need to do work on things and subscription levels and just do more clerical work, but I'm hoping to get to that this weekend and dive more into that and figure it out. I appreciate everyone's support. What was I feel like I was going to say something else, but we have so much to talk about today. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why it didn't tell me I was live. Now I see it. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. We need to get to 50K. Oh, yes, it's Paul. Thank you. All the way from Scotland. Yes, Trump is shitting the bed on inflation. Which is very much to be expected. I don't know how many ways people can hear the words tariffs are inflationary, making wild threats, sanctioning your biggest trading partners when you're part of a trading block and then you try to sink that trading block, the success of it on the international stage, then yeah, that's inflationary. I mean, to say there's trade wars going, like, who even knows from day to day, like, which things we need to be concerned about? We've got a mad orange king in the White House, and watching Trump still, which actually, let me just pull it up because I did take a couple screenshots. Like, I mean, I think inflation is pretty, as long as Trump continues doing these things, inflation is going to rise, right? I mean, he's doing nothing to control inflation. What Biden was doing was controlling inflation and bringing it down. Give me 1 second to pull up oh, there we go. Yeah, and this is hilarious too. Inflation is rising, right? And more than even expected. There's forecasted inflation, and then there's, hey, we have a mad orange king in the White House along with his sidekick, who's like a crazy ventriloquist dummy, a very rich ventriloquist dummy. And so I think it rose 0.5%. We're at 3% now. Now the consumer price index rose 3%, which rose 3% from a year earlier. as food and energy prices picked up. I mean, and yeah, I'll show you guys this. And I was posting some things in the Discord and on Substack this morning. If you don't follow me on Substack, I'm a girl has no name across the internet. All of my links and places to follow me are there. When I'm making these show outlines and preparing for what we're going to talk about on the People's Receipts, sometimes I send stuff out. But yeah, it shouldn't be a shock that the consumer price index, particularly around food, is rising. And what's Trump's answer to that? Who was it? I think we were listening to a clip on Monday where Representative Ted Lieu said, hey, if you solve for the wrong problem, you get the wrong answer, and it only deepens the problem, right? I mean, we're sitting here. Trump promised everyone I know that voted for him, if you asked them before the election why they were voting for him, they believed, however delusionally, that Trump was going to lower food prices. He's done nothing to do that. As a matter of fact, even on Fox News this morning, they're screaming, they're freaking out about egg prices. I think their exact words were they have anxiety that there's going to be another pandemic that's going to cripple Trump's presidency. So yeah, inflation is on the rise. And the best part about it, actually, let me just read. The consumer price index jumped more than expected. Data from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics showed on Wednesday rising 0.5% from December in what was the fastest monthly increase. I think I said that wrong earlier. Yeah, the fastest monthly increase since August 2023. Last month, the annual pace was 2.9%, which... yeah. So core CPI, which when you look at core CPI, right, that takes out volatile prices like energy and food, right? So now we're not talking about eggs and we're not talking about gasoline. No more egg-saline, right? Also showed little improvement. It rose 0.4% from December or 3.3% on a year-over-year basis, both higher than economists expected, right? Because of what Joe Biden had done with the economy, and anybody that disputes what Joe Biden did with our economy, then it's just an admission you do not understand economics. So I do love listening when MAGA starts saying that Joe Biden ran the economy into the ground. All you're doing at that point when you say things like that is telling on yourself. But yeah, I mean, and then the funniest part about all of this, these announcements are coming out. Trump's kind of being laughed at on the world stage over inflation. And what is he doing? First, this is before, right? This is 6 hours ago, I think, or it's either right at the same time or right before the inflation announcement comes out. Trump is saying interest rates should be lowered. He's again sort of underhandedly threatening the Fed, saying lower interest rates. Basically, if you don't, I'm not saying you don't need to fully understand this. Just understand he wants interest rates to be lowered because he wants money to be cheaper. He wants rich people to be able to borrow money from banks, right, at a cheaper rate, and that, in theory, would fuel the economy. But that only happens, interest rates only get lower when inflation goes down. So this delusional guy is saying this stuff while inflation is on the rise. And then an hour later, after delusionally saying that, and it comes out that inflation is up, we've got him blaming Biden. I can't get, how long do you think this is going to go on? And again, I'm just following MAGA's rules. MAGA, you taught me the rules of this game. That's where I learned them from. And what I learned was whoever is in the White House is responsible for everything, is responsible for inflation. And now still, I love it. I love watching narcissists refuse to take accountability for their failures. This is Donald Trump's inflation. Tariffs are inflationary. Trade wars are inflationary. Hiding data, right? Pausing funding, grinding our government to a halt. All of these things are inflationary. This is just the beginning of the economic crisis. And still, old man, orange piece of leather is at the White House blaming Joe Biden. Like, Great job, MAGA. You guys are firing on all cylinders and saying "Make America Great Again." Like, how all MAGA needs to be just yell at me in a few syllables and everything will be fine. Tapping, let's keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Why are there only 153 people in here? That's strange. Let's share can everyone share the live with 10 people? Tap the screen if you are on Twitch. I need it. Well, hearts on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys, people in the YouTube chat. Sorry. How do I close this? There we go. Are you on early today? No, I'm not on early today. This is the normal time I'm on. But yesterday, on Tuesdays, I go on a little early because on Tuesdays I do the broadcast with Dr. Danny and Mandy. So I'm on at 10 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. But today, no, same time as always, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, but who knows what could be where people are right now. I'm sure people will filter in. You know how it is. TikTok has been so strange. I got like 3 violations yesterday and I found this out on YouTube too. I was saying this when we were doing the broadcast yesterday. Now that I still haven't figured it all out. Like I said, I hope to read up on this because I haven't begun to understand like how to monetize YouTube and like what that really looks like. But yeah, on the broadcast, what we're essentially talking about on Tuesdays are how conservative policies specifically are affecting women. And on YouTube, I'm not even going to blame TikTok, but TikTok, if you say talk about ABs, if you talk about pretty much anything that just has to do with women's anatomy, like that's considered vulgar and things of that nature. And same thing on YouTube. Like they specifically say like, hey, if you talk about women's reproductive health care, that's considered vulgarity. Meanwhile, think of all the YouTube creators who are monetized. So yeah, I don't know how it's going to go, but I did get a bunch of warnings yesterday during the broadcast. We didn't get taken down, but hopefully it'll be okay. Keep tapping the screen. Let's tap the screen. Let's share the live. Again, if you don't want to just share it with a bunch of people over and over, just push the copy link button, go to the arrow, push that. There's a button that says copy link that counts as a share. Also, interact how you can, gift, subscribe, like the live. I think and I'm thinking about this and I need to talk to like Joanna and Cootery and Chrissy about it and how we'll do it in the future because it seems like people don't want to subscribe on TikTok and I don't blame them. Again, if you do or you want to recharge your gifts, do that through tiktok.com/recharge. And then you can subscribe through there as well on a desktop to support me. If not, like maybe we'll move subscriptions to Discord. I've been reading up a lot about how people do like subscriptions and memberships and like ways to make it cool on Discord. So I'm thinking about it, but I've just been too sick to really do anything. Thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App, Robert. He said, thank you, Felice, for everything you do. That is so nice. I AP you. I don't know if I'm not knowing. I have so many cool things to show. I really need to get go. I'm going to start this show in a second. We're going to get underway because we're going to laugh. We're going to cry. We're going to scream. I just want to go on Cash App and make sure I didn't not read the whole message because sometimes people on Cash App send you things. And if you don't click to it, you don't see the whole thing. Thank you. I AP you. 2. Robert, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you guys so much. Everything I do every day, I do because you guys support me. So I appreciate it more than you know. But yeah, so just to be clear, Scottish Paul is right. Thank you, Scottish Paul, for pointing out that America is already beginning to sink into an inflationary nightmare. The recession has officially begun under Trump, right on schedule. And right on schedule, he's blaming Joe Biden for it. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I'm trying to think, should I go into this now or no? I'm going to start at the beginning. because there's so many different ways. I had so many different, I don't want to call them lessons plans like we're all at school, but I used to be a teacher, so that's kind of how I see these outlines. And I had so many different ways I was going to present this plan today. And man, I'm going to try to take this from a perspective of like what Congress is up to while mixing it in with like what Elmo and a piece of old orange leather are up to. And I'm going to try to like weave it together because it's fascinating, the juxtaposition, to me anyways, of watching Trump and Elmo tear things down, mess things up, commit crime, defy the Constitution, insult everyone's intelligence, and then like also tracking everyone's response to it. So that's kind of what I'm going to try to show today. I've actually like woven things together. Sometimes I go in like chronological order, or I go by topic and I'm trying to show, okay, here's some videos on this topic, or, here's what happened in chronological order yesterday. And now I just kind of want to weave some things together, just show like the last 48 hours has been an absolute S show. We are America. If you don't feel embarrassed to be in this country, then you're not watching enough international news. We should all feel shame. Trump is embarrassing us. Yeah, we're doing the weave, Lexi. Yeah, thank you. Tracy does. I'm so embarrassed. I love this chat. Let's all. If you're not feeling deep shame because of who is sitting in our White House, you're not. You're just not thinking hard enough about it. That's a good sign. That's a sign you're a thinking person. Oh, I have so many things to talk about today. Oh my gosh, bits. That's what they were called. I was trying to think about this. You sent me bits. Thank you for sending me Twitch bits. So I still need to figure this out. Is it, and you could correct me, Caffeine and D on Twitch, who sent me the bits. Like, you guys are probably thinking, what are bits? I know, because I just became a Twitch affiliate. You have to have so many people on your stream averaging and watching your Twitch stream, and then you can become a Twitch affiliate. And so I'm going to read up on this weekend, but bits are like the currency on Twitch. And I think it's like the exchange. It's like 1 cent is 1 bit, maybe. I think so. Like 100 bits would be $1. And this could be totally. I could be embarrassing myself right now. So, and just anybody correct me if I'm wrong, and hopefully, like, I'll figure that out, and it'll all make more sense. But there's so many cool things on Twitch to figure out, and like ways to raid, and like I'll read up on it right now. This is probably for people listening from Twitch. They're probably like, "What the f is she talking about?" What do you think the chances are of him declaring martial law if the courts won't go away? Well, yeah, we'll get into that. Trust me, that is woven in. We're gonna just talk about. Well, am I frozen on what? Hold on, I just need to make sure I'm not frozen on YouTube really quick because I look frozen to myself. Why is my YouTube stream frozen, but no other stream is? Oh no, it's better. Okay, well that's weird. Jen, thank you so much for the $25 helping through this wild media transition from Jen. Jen, you're amazing. As always, thank you for your support. I know this is an S show and I will figure it out eventually. Last thing before we start digging into this, and I will get to all your questions and acknowledge it all. But yeah, tonight I am going to, and I'll touch on it more throughout the show and as more people filter in. But Facts Still Matter, Steve, we have our first meeting like tonight with, the marketing people. It's a three-way. And this guy who I'm sure you guys will be probably on our stream soon, and you'll get to meet him. He's super cool. He's been in politics since like the Harvey Milk days. He's like one of those political organizers. He's like he's a market. As someone who used to work in marketing, when you meet someone that really understands marketing, and I'm just excited. So our first meeting to talk about marketing and branding for Will Westmoreland's Back 40 Pack, which we'll get into it, but one of the groups of people that are very upset with Trump right now are farmers, right? People in rural communities who Trump is effing over. And if you don't know Will Westmoreland, he's a farmer from Missouri. So, we're going to be basically, it's not just a PAC, right, that can raise money that way. It's also a nonprofit, so we can get lobbying money. So there's going to be tons of opportunities for us all to do something together. And yeah, so tonight will be our first meeting about marketing and branding. So I'll have more information on it tomorrow and more information today because, man, have I seen more farmers than I've ever seen on the internet pissed off at Donald Trump. It's amazing. But I thought I'd start off with this clip because I just thought, and again, this is some podcast. I don't know. Like, I follow these accounts that I like on X where it's people who are just finding cool creators and podcasts and then they're, posting them. So don't ask me who these people are, like, or where this came from. This is like a repost of a repost of a repost. But again, if you want to join the Discord, the link is in my bio, or mods in the chat can help you get a link possibly if there's something wrong. If I need to change the link out, text me and let me know. Joanna, Chrissy, Kuduri, and I will. But yeah, I did put a forever link in my bio, and every day, every link to these clips is in the Discord in the live sources section. But yeah, I just thought this was a good way to start the show.
This thing that said the difference between Democrats and Republicans is that Democrats will feed 100 people for fear that one person may starve. Republicans will not feed 100 people for fear that one of them doesn't deserve it. Right?
Have you ever heard something more true in your life? Oh, there might be one lazy one in there. No kids can have food. And you won't believe this. Like, today is actually, I'm kind of getting a slow start, but today is going to be a really good show. Like, I could probably be live for the next 8 hours showing you guys riveting content of like FAFO. You know what I mean? Like, it's really starting to hit. Like, as somebody who, like, what I do on X is just follow a bunch of MAGA accounts. You know what I mean? I keep my ear to the ground of like what's going on, and it's happening, right? These white people that voted for Donald Trump, who rely on this type of funding, they didn't understand where it was coming from. It's really starting to hit that, like, oh no, we've made a mistake, right? And that's the truth. The elitists, like the conservatives in government, they don't care about the average person, people in rural communities who rely on Head Start. And I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking now about disproportionately black and brown communities. Actually, maybe I need to just show you this clip now, because the reason I'm saying this is very specific. One of the last things I found today, and it will tie into everything else, but I think I'll just start with it because this is just the perfect example. I mean, I have many examples today of how the white folks in rural communities in the South are like, oh my God, I didn't think the leopard was going to eat my face. I thought he was talking about immigrants. Like, wait, this is my school and the poor white children that need free school lunch. And this is this is real. This is going to blow your mind. So this is a CNN clip. These are teachers who are running like Head Start programs. Like, this is what I always talk about. The reason I never continued with my plan to be like a full lifetime teacher, I consider myself a teacher now. That's what I feel like I'm doing every day with you guys. But like, the reason I don't work in public schools in like elementary, like I was a second grade teacher, is because I just realized how absolutely broken the system was, especially in Arizona, right? And one of the things that I would cry in my car at lunch, because I knew if my kids didn't show up at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. and get that like muffin and carton of milk, I knew they would not eat till lunch. I'm going to start crying just thinking about it now. And like, I knew if they weren't there for lunch, like that, they probably were not eating until the next morning at breakfast. And these are teachers who voted for Donald Trump, who work at a school similar to what, like the experience that I had, where I knew my kids, like I was using my own paycheck to buy them snacks because I knew they were very clearly starving. And this is a rural Kentucky, white rural area where kids Or if they're not eating at school, they're not eating. And these teachers voted for Trump. This is going to blow your mind.
What kind of poverty are you talking about with some of these kids?
You're going to.
I would be confident in saying that when they leave on Friday, they may not eat again until Monday.
Every year of her 28 years as an educator here, Blankenship fought for every dollar for her kids. A third of all of Bell County, Kentucky school district funding in 2021 came from federal sources. So this district is listening as incoming President Donald Trump pledges this.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
Trump won this state. In Bell County, 84% voted for Trump, yet it deeply relies on federal funding. A CNN analysis found the 15 states that most rely on federal funding for its public schools in 2022 all voted for Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
I mean, you're an educator. You didn't vote for Trump eliminating federal funds.
No, I didn't.
I thought he was just going to hurt brown and black people. How was I to know? How was I to know? This is a woman, actually, and it's hard for me because, like, I know people like this, like in teaching, and this is someone who's dedicated her life to children, and she's probably writing grants. You know what I mean? When she's saying a third of my school's funding, she's probably writing grants. I know public schools like this in Arizona. Like when you're 48th, 49th in education, there's no money in education in your state. You have to you scrap together grant money. You're looking for federal money. And she's doing this to support kids. This woman voted for Donald Trump. Like, it's not even over. It gets worse. I just had to break in because like watching these people be like, well, wait a minute.
For President Trump.
I mean,
all right, let me just say this. If the clip is cutting out, because I'm watching this on another screen and it's not cutting out. So if you are having bad service or something and the clip's seeming like it's cutting out, because I can track through my routers and others, I have 5 computer screens, what's going on. I would suggest leaving the live real quick and coming back in. Sometimes that can help because it's not. If I have a problem with my connection, then I'll usually start screaming about it because I know.
In 2022, all voted for Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
I mean, you're an educator. You didn't vote for Trump eliminating federal funds.
No, I did not vote for that. I voted for President Trump to make America first again and to improve our lives.
Do you believe that he would cut funding?
I do not think that's what the voters want. If we have federal cuts, then that's going to mean bigger classroom sizes. I would lose teachers, first and foremost. It's devastating.
I don't think that anyone in our county wants to cut our school funding. I don't think that anyone voted for that.
Do you mind if I ask who you voted for in the election?
I voted for Donald Trump.
This is real life, people. I want to feel sorry for these and for the poor children. Hey, you guys are educators. Like, I will say, as a former teacher, or no, I'm a lifetime teacher. I will always consider myself a teacher. It's what I'm passionate about. Yeah, it's very interesting, like how to think and how to feel about things like this, right? I respect that these people are in a rural area, and I know that struggle. I know what it's like to be a teacher in a school where hey, that kid's probably not eating until the next time I see him. Like I had a kid who I used the last of my paycheck to buy shoes because he was wearing soccer cleats every day because they had found, that's all he had. He didn't have shoes. It's just, yeah, I know what it's like to your life is dedicated to helping people with kids learn and get food and having like a room, of lost and found where kids are like, hey, can I get a shirt or a sweater out of there? Because I don't have a jacket and I'm cold. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Aunt Tifa. I think that's fair. Let's feel sorry for the kids, not the idiots. Because as an educator, how do you not know? How did you not know? Like, so you don't read? And for I voted for him to be America first. It's mind-boggling. And I don't know who said it, so I'm sorry I can't give you a shout out. But someone said we need that leopard is eating my face sound. Well, of course I put it after that.
Me. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face.
I mean, we are quite literal. The amount of examples I saw today of just white people in rural areas in absolute disbelief at what is happening to them. Like, ugh. But again, yes, I think that's the best way to say it on TV. Feel sorry for the children, because I do. Like, I do. I don't care how many teachers in Kentucky voted for Trump. I don't want any children to lose any funding. And I know, because I live in a state where that has been decimated by school vouchers. I know these children who live that are poor, the voucher system does not work for them. They're not accepted into schools. They can't get a ride to private schools. They can't pay for the rest of the tuition. Like, the only option for these children is these schools and these teachers, who I'm very upset at, who I'm also very upset at. So we'll get back on that. But it's always many more examples of people who are finding out today, and probably every day for a long time hereafter. But that, again, is why the Back 40 pack, I think, will be such a cool thing. And it's focusing on rural areas, like farmers and people in rural areas who are waking up to the fact that, hey, this is not what I thought I was voting for. Now, just quick segue, don't ever go on Google Maps. But, like, this is what the White House is doing. So we have kids. You just saw that clip, and I like the juxtaposition of it, right? The White House is celebrating. Do you guys understand how much money is being wasted by doing this? Waste, fraud, and abuse, changing all these names so a narcissist can feel like he did something important. And this is the White House saying, and the most annoying thing you'll hear the White House constantly saying, now I don't know if you've seen this or if you follow any of the White House accounts across the internet, but Caroline, I won't lie to you, but I've been pathologically lying ever since the first press conference. I said I wasn't going to lie to you, leave it. Well, she always keeps saying, promises made, promises kept. Why don't you keep promises to children in rural schools who need Head Start and need free school lunch and free school breakfast in order to eat? Yes, Apple did it too. I will say this, Bing, as of yesterday, hadn't. And someone, I thought this was funny. This was underneath this post, and it was like, Bing Maps has kept the real name, hoping anybody will use it. Well, Bing is Microsoft. And if anyone's been sort of hanging back in this weird fray, and we'll get to it, we'll get to the censorship. Like, the White House is punishing media outlets and people who don't change this, right? And we'll get to that later. I don't want to give away all our secrets, but also, I mean, this is obviously alienating, again, our biggest trade partners, Mexico and Canada, we're in a trade war with. I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, but I am loving Canada just truly starting to hate America. You know, I mean, I'm not saying Canada hasn't always had disdain for America. I used to, in advertising, that was one of my regions, Toronto and the Canadians. I used to go to Montreal for work. That was when I truly understood how much Canada, you know, the passive aggressiveness, like they didn't like us ever. But I will say, watching Canada just be like, you guys are making a mistake, I can't get enough of it. Oh, sorry. I just realized it's on mute. And I'll just, again, this is Charlie Angus. And just to give an update, like we were going to do tariffs, then Trump said there was going to be a break on tariffs. And then it's Wednesday, so not yesterday, Monday, that all of a sudden he's like, nope, tariffs on steel and aluminum. And that would affect Canada, but also affect China. But it's just, Trump is all over the place. Nobody knows what he's doing, what's real, what's not real. He says one thing one day, the market tanks, he changes it. Now with what happened with inflation today, who knows what could happen.
Well, I really don't want to waste a lot of time trying to deconstruct the idiocy that exists in Donald Trump's brain. But wasn't it just a week ago we were going to get a 30-day pause? And a week ago wasn't the threat fentanyl, the supposed narco state that Canada is, and now he's focused on steel imports and aluminum. So again, to the American industry that's dependent on massive access to steel and aluminum through all the sectors of the American economy, well, you might want to call Donald tomorrow because he's just thrown you for a loop. He's certainly thrown our communities for a loop in the steel and aluminum sector. But I think what's really fascinating is that nobody in Canada is surprised. I mean, did anyone believe this guy, his word could be trusted? He's a criminal. He's a convicted predator.
Well, I think we could all guess what he said there, but I mean, no, and no one should be surprised here. I'll say this: this man is awesome. Everyone should follow Charlie Angus. He's on the Midas Touch Network a lot as well. Ever since the first time I heard him refer to like living in a country north of America is like living in an apartment above a meth lab. That was. It was like, that's the most accurate representation. Like, the fumes are wafting up and starting to affect them. And I saw someone in the comments asking, like, if the China tariffs are 10%. Listen, that's all up in the air because, and this is quiet, but like, I think all of these tariffs are essentially fake as of right now. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it because what's going on with the China tariffs is no, you haven't heard anyone be like, oh, the China tariffs are canceled. But if you really dig into it, I don't know if it was like Saturday, watch what Trump does on the weekends, right? Trump makes all these big declarations and then a lot of things like seem to be like rolled back or done secretly on the weekends. And there's like a loophole now with Chinese tariffs that like any package under $800 is not tariffed anymore, which is basically the loophole of all loopholes. So but these tariffs, right, which I have less of a problem with. I just want to be clear on why these tariffs are also a joke. Trump did this his first term. This is something that has been going on, right? To try to protect the steel industry in particular. So this had already happened, and targeted tariffs, like if you were choosing an industry and trying to protect them, I don't think that targeted tariffs should affect our number one trading partner, Canada, and either do people in the U.S. steel industry. And if you want to read more into it and like kind of how this already happened before, but why are we attacking Canada? It was the player in the steel industry that people are trying to neutralize is generally China, right? That's what it is. And when we have steel tariffs and we're trying to protect American steel, it's usually from China, not our friendly neighbors to the north. And so this article was saying, okay, who will the steel tariffs affect? And this is a 2018 analysis of steel tariffs during the first Trump administration. Like I said, this already happened. Published by if you know me, I love the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Check out their website, amazing think tank. They make things really easy to understand. If you ever want information about the economy, they're great. Found the policy created jobs, and I've talked about this always. That people say Trump created jobs. No, it didn't. We didn't make money off steel tariffs, right? But at a great cost to the myriad U.S. buyers of foreign steel. The analysis concluded that the policy, which also taxed imported steel at 25%, so this already happened, created about 8,700 jobs and generated some $2.4 billion in pre-tax profits. That's not that much. But domestic industries buying steel in the United States, domestic industries, so American corporations buying steel in the United States, paid another $5.6 billion thanks to the protection, a cost of about $650,000 for each job created in the steel industry. And that's why you hear me say, protectionism, which those are targeted tariffs, not Trump's delusional blanket tariffs, but protectionism. What we know, and if you really understand economics and you start digging into the analyses from places like the Peterson Institute for International Economics, the value of protectionism, targeted tariffs, is votes, right? You protect the steel industry, which is anchored in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania, swing states, right, that can change the election. And that has a lot to do with it. It's not necessary. It's not a net positive for the American economy. But do I think we should become dependent on China for steel? No, I do not. I just want to be clear on that. What was I? I'm going the wrong way. So yeah, I mean, if you want to read more into it, you can. But again, I think this is another interesting thing, and this is happening all over the world. I know Rachel Maddow's doing like 5 days a week shows for the first 100 days of Trump's administration, and you should check out her show because she's hammering on this. Elon Musk is being, I don't know if you guys have seen the protests. He's being like Tesla charging stations are being protested. His auto sales are failing all around people won't buy Teslas around the world. They're picketing. I mean, Elon Musk is having a tough go. And this is the Canadian Prime Minister candidate talking about what Justin Trudeau was saying. Like, hey, if we're going to tariff America, we're going to tariff, they're going to target people who are hurting them.
Yep. Our retaliation is going to be a lot more surgical than that. We are going to go after American stakeholders who matter to the White House. I have proposed a 100% tariff on all Teslas. I am calling on all the countries that are affected by this tariff to join us, and our retaliation will target specific Trump constituencies.
Just like, and if you wonder what she means by Trump constituencies, yeah, obviously the tech billionaires, their products, but also red states, right? That's what Trudeau was saying. Okay, we're going to make, Trump wants to hurt all these blue states and people that want to work with us. Well, we're going to make it harder for red states to do business. Hey, you want a trade war? Welcome to the trade war, right? Like, why? It doesn't make sense for Canada to hurt California. They're working well together. They've had a long-term partnership. And if you don't remember, Canada is like the fourth largest economy in the world. The United States is number one, but California is fourth. So, I mean, yeah, no sense in biting off your nose to spite your face. Now, there are some red welfare states that it won't hurt to tariff the ever-loving out of. And then I found this, I was going to play this on Monday, I think, and I didn't, but these are just some examples. I just want to show you because now governments, right, are joining together. Trump is harassing other countries who used to be allies of ours, pushing them into the arms of China. And they're coming up with retaliatory tariff plans to punish tech oligarchs and red states. And then Elon Musk is also having just a tough go around the world.
Car sales in France are way down. Year over year, car sales, for whatever reason, are way down in France, down by 6%. I don't know exactly why that's happening or what it means, if anything, big picture. I presume it probably sucks for people who sell cars for a living in France. But you know who it really, really sucks for? It really sucks for Tesla. Because while car sales in France are down by 6%, sales of Teslas in France are down by 63%. Not 6%, but 63%. Ooh, I wonder why that is. France is the second largest market for electric cars in all of Europe. So that's really bad for Tesla, down 63%. The only country in Europe that is a larger market than France is Germany. In Germany, Tesla sales are down 59%. In Sweden, Tesla...
You can look into this. There are, in any place where they care about democracy and Elon Musk is trying to force his will, yeah, they are boycotting the ever-loving out of him. Like I'll get into it further, but yeah, this is going all around the world, right? There's blackout days, there's different, like, there's all sorts of things. I would suggest, if you're interested in knowing more about it, just Google around and find out. They're doing all sorts of interesting things to try to hurt Elon Musk, to try to hurt Elmo, which we need to do, because he paid Trump $277 million to get him elected. And what is being done, or just what we're watching, and we'll see today, is basically Elmo is getting whatever he wants from Donald Trump, and no one's doing a thing about it. Oh, this is going to be good too. So I'll just preface this before you say that. So if you have not heard, most of what Trump is doing, and this is what I'll say to make you feel good. Keep tapping the screen, by the way. Let's get to 100K. We're getting to 600K today. We can do it. I can feel it. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. If you would like to support me, please do. This is Cash App and Venmo. You can subscribe on any platform we're on as well. Subscribe, get a membership, do super chats on YouTube. As well. I need to refresh this. Sorry. I don't know why my computer screens aren't refreshing. I need to figure that out. Couldn't pay me to buy a Tesla. I know. And if you already have one, and then you're like, what do I do with this now? And I think I was going to go through this Monday, but I was already live for like 4 hours and I was pretty sick, so I didn't get to it. But yeah, that's one of the things that's coming out, right? Tesla is under investigation this is why Elmo wants to do away with the Department of Transportation, because they're more likely. Previously, like, the most likely truck in history to catch on fire was like the Ford Pinto, and it's like by 10x it's now, or don't quote me on that, but it's actually, I think it's higher. I'm saying don't quote me because I think it's more. It's now the Cybertruck. Like, it's all of this is doing. Elon Musk was being investigated all across the government. That's why these inspector generals are gone. And he wants to keep his government contracts and hawking and selling bad products, and he doesn't want to be regulated. Like, that's essentially what all this is about. I know the Cybertrucks look ridiculous. I mean, that's not even to get into that. But anyways, just a little bit of a segue, because we have so many things to talk about today. Most of what Trump's doing is performative, like, oh, we found this waste, fraud, and abuse. When you investigate it, no, actually, that's not what's going on, right? Like, it's ridiculous. And one of the performative announcements yesterday was that, did you guys see Pete Hegseth talking about they've changed, they were going to change Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg? If you don't know, the original Fort Bragg was like named after like a racist Confederate, like, person. Was his name Braxton? I don't even remember. I can't remember the original Bragg's name, but it was named after a not so great guy. Yeah. So I can't remember his first name though, but yeah, it was named after a not so great guy. So they make this announcement because that's the point, right? DEI is over. Like, we're erasing like black and brown holidays. It was Braxton. I got it right. Thank you. That came out of nowhere too. I don't even know where that came from. I must have read that like months ago and just remembered. Cool. So Braxton Bragg, who was like a Confederate, not great person. So it was changed to Fort Liberty. And then they do this announcement like, we're changing it back to Fort Bragg. But the whole thing is a complete sham. Not even like they're like, oh, hey, this is the rise of mediocre white men. We're consolidating our power. Like, we're bringing back the Confederate general we named one of the largest military bases in America after. Except for it all turned out to not be true. Because even apparently they know that they should not change the name back for Braxton Bragg. So they found a random man. This is a true story. Whose last name is Bragg. Not the original guy the base was named after. Just a random person. Yeah, named like Roland or something. Who like had a silver star or something. Like, this person, nobody knew who they were previously. This is not a person that people have heard of. Like, and then just were like, yeah, to, I guess, make bigots feel like they won a victory. But then if you do research, it literally is not It's just a random person. Watch. And I thought the best way we could learn about this, because they did, what's his name? Jordan Klepper, who's hilarious. He did a piece about this on The Daily Show that was so funny.
Yesterday, there was a big announcement from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Trump's top cabinet member. Now, Hegseth got the gig by promising to go to war against woke, and yesterday he won another decisive battle.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has renamed the Army base Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg. The previous name was changed, you'll remember, to Fort Liberty in 2023 as part of an effort to cut military honors bestowed on those who rebelled against the Union during the Civil War.
There it is. I direct the Army to change the name of Fort Liberty, North Carolina to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. That's right. Bragg is back.
Yeah! Suck it, libs! Ho ho! You didn't want this military base to honor a traitor to America? Ha ha! Too bad. Woke is dead, and Confederate General Braxton Bragg is alive.
But this time, Bragg is not a reference to the Confederate general. The name now honors an enlisted Army soldier named Roland L. Bragg, who the Pentagon says was awarded a Silver Star, Purple Heart for combat during World War II.
Okay. You renamed Fort Bragg after a different Bragg? So after all that bitching about not giving into woke history, you're basically admitting that we shouldn't name military bases after Confederate generals. Well, it's a good thing woke is over, because I think I can say this now. That's a pussy move, Hegseth.
Do you believe this, though? And someone said, got it right. Again, all we hear about is waste, fraud, and abuse, which we all know where the waste, fraud, and abuse is coming from. It's coming from billionaires awarding themselves billions of dollars of contracts. And we'll get into it. But do you know that American tax dollars, right? The biggest welfare queen in this country is Elon Musk. I finally listened to someone do a breakdown of the numbers. We're paying Elon Musk $8 million a day. If you're wondering how much government welfare Elmo's on, $8 million a day. $8 million a day. Let that wash over you and make you ill. We give Elon Musk, the richest man in the world who needs nothing from anyone, $8 million a day. And then he's supposed to be finding waste, fraud, and abuse, an unelected rando that no one wants, who's not from America. Right. And I'm only saying that because that's what they say. We can't trust anyone who's not from America. Make any of it make any sense? It does not. And then they waste more money. Name changes, changing the Gulf of America, whatever they're doing, millions of dollars. Changing names of army bases, millions of dollars. No, it's not a salary. He's on government welfare. That we have built all of Elon Musk's businesses. They're government contracts. He's not on a government salary. If he was on a government salary, we could probably control him better. No, it's not a salary. We're not employing him. They're government contracts. Okay, so again, this is reality. They're pretending they changed the name back, but then chose a random guy from World War II, and now our tax dollars are paying for this, so Trump can say that he did something. This is all a waste. This is waste, fraud, and abuse right here in the flesh. Why couldn't we just leave it as Fort Liberty? If it was about saving money, we would have left it. But it's not. And then, this is another, which I love. So this is, if you don't know, this is Sam Altman. He is the head of OpenAI, who I saw someone earlier, and again, I didn't see who wrote the comment. We're almost to 100K. Can we keep tapping the screen? Thank you, guys. Tap, tap, tap. I appreciate it. Yeah, if everyone taps, thank you, Brittany. I appreciate your help. Thank you so much. I'll leave you. You've got it under control. But yeah, this is Elon Musk's number one rival. And sorry, I didn't catch who said it. It was now probably 10 minutes ago. But someone said Elon Musk is trying a hostile takeover of OpenAI. What do you mean? Elon Musk has been trying a hostile takeover of OpenAI for 3 years. If you think that this just started, right? And That's why, Elmo was so pissed when Sam Altman was like standing next to Trump at the White House and Trump was bragging about Stargate and all that, which none of this really matters because there's like a 40-year-old Chinese man who is doing all of this better and has made his technology open source. And if you haven't downloaded DeepSeek, I'll say again, download it before the US government won't let you anymore. Yeah, we already have an AI technology far superior for free to anything in the US. Like I have my favorite AI app, which I just don't say the name of because it's mine. I paid for it, $20 a month. It does like really good statistical analysis and all sorts of things like that. And DeepSeek, honestly, for free puts it to shame. I'm starting to feel that way. Like I need to do more analysis on that. But yeah, just download DeepSeek. But so this is Elmo has been trying to take over, right? And Sam Altman is making the point yesterday, like, hey, I wish we could just compete. Like, we're competitors in business. And to me, that's just develop a better product and the best product will win. But he's saying to Elon Musk, that is like sue, try to take over the government, do all these underhanded things. And he's like, I wish we could just compete based on who has the best product for the American consumer. And he basically is like, I feel sorry for him. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth. And I'm sure this really is upsetting to Elmo. This was must have been a hard thing to see for Elmo.
OpenAI is not for sale. The OpenAI mission is not for sale. Elon tries all sorts of things for a long time. This is this week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do you?
This is not the first time he's tried to buy OpenAI. He's tried to force sales. He's tried to do, like a bear hug, if you know what that is, and taking over business. He's tried to do horrible things to OpenAI. This is this one's just a PR stunt.
He's trying to drive at with this?
I think he's probably just trying to slow us down. He obviously is a competitor. He's working hard and he's raised a lot of money for XAI, and they're trying to compete with us from a technological perspective, from getting the product into the market. And I wish he would just compete by building a better product, but I think there's been a lot of tactics, many lawsuits, all sorts of other crazy stuff. Now this. And we'll try to just put our head down and keep working.
Do you think Musk's approach then is from a position of insecurity about XAI?
Probably his whole life is from a position of insecurity. I feel for the guy.
You feel for him?
I do, actually. I don't think he's like a happy person. I do feel for him.
Okay. Do you worry that he has this proximity to the president and he can influence the decision-making of the US presidency and policies around this agenda on AI?
Not particularly. Maybe I should, but not particularly. I mean, I try to just wake up and think about how we're going to make our technology better.
Yeah, he does. But because there's nothing Elmo won't do. If you knew the long list of things that Elmo has done to this man to try to bury OpenAI and or take it over. And that's the thing, Elmo rarely comes up with his own ideas. He just takes over other people's good ideas. I mean, truly. So I saw someone in the comments say, please research DeepSeek before you download it. I've read the entire research paper. I've read every single bit of information out there about DeepSeek. So, I mean, if this is one of the Chinese government is incepting our mind, no more than any time you agree to download something on your phone, any other person is incepting your mind. Or you're helping an AI train. I mean, that's what we're all doing daily. Penny, thank you so much for the $100. I appreciate your hard work and woman wisdom. Thank you. I'm gonna cry. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, don't trust. I'm just saying, DeepSeek is an app. Anytime you agree to the terms of service to an app, you're training an AI. You're training a deep language learning model. If you use AI, it's. Yeah, and you can run it locally on desktop. That's true, Toodle. That's what I mean when I'm saying download it. I mean, isolate it on your desktop. That's exactly so that it can't be taken away. People don't even know what I'm saying when I'm saying this stuff, but yeah, that's how I have it. Okay, so moving along, let's just keep going. And I could show there's so many clips, so instead, don't worry, I'm not going to force us to go through this whole interview because it was absolutely absurd. But this is part 2, right? This started, and I didn't even show you guys because it was so awful. But this was part one was aired like before the Super Bowl or during the Super Bowl or whatever, halftime of the Super, whatever. It was, it was clipped and posted. And then the second part came out, and basically Brett Baier asks Trump if JD Vance is his successor. And he's just like, no. I don't know if that, I mean, I think that's just because Trump has zero respect for JD Vance. I think that's part of it. I think in Trump's narcissistic mind, like, he hates being a lame duck president. Like, Trump is a lame duck president, and like that being pointed out to him is, you could tell it's like irking him. He's like, we just started. And Brett Baier's like, yeah, he's going to want your endorsement by the midterms, because Trump does not want to be reminded he's a lame duck. But I think he has zero respect for JD Vance. And I think if Trump could figure out any way, I think that would be the biggest hill to climb, and it's completely impossible. But if there was any way Trump could stay in office, he would do it. Someone said, do I think he'd declare martial law? I mean, I don't know. We'd have to see, but yeah, no. Like, it's probably a bridge too far, even for him. I don't know. It just depends. When will Republicans in Congress grow a spine? How long does it take to grow a spine as an adult human? I think that is the question we should all be doing research into.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting.
But by the time you get to the midterms, he's going to be looking for an endorsement.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this has been the greatest opening, almost 3 weeks, in the history of the presidency.
It's definitely been the fastest and the most stuff
happening. We've done so much so fast, and we really had to, because they have really, what they've done to our country is so sad. It's so sad. We're going to be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
I'm not going to get into it. I'll just give Midas Touch a shout out, because Ben Macelis covered it, and I was looking through these polls. Like, Trump is acting like people like what he's doing. And there was this like lukewarm sort of CBS polling that came out last week, where it wasn't like, okay, people weren't like, hey, we don't like this. There's new polling out this morning alongside the inflation news, alongside trade war news. People do not like Trump. It's not going well. So he can pretend like, oh, look what we're doing. Like, no, people are not enjoying this. And the polling is starting to bear that out. So, and it's like, I don't know if you follow Midas Touch, like, there's like a 12-minute clip that's put out this morning on that. And it's actually, maybe I have some of it. Let me see if I have. I know I don't have 12 minutes of it, but I might have a little bit of it, because Trump is tanking in the polls, and I do think, let's see, do I have the clip? Oh, I think it's on my phone. It's not on here. But anyways, I'm sure more people will report on it, and we can talk more about it tomorrow. But yeah, Trump even pretending that this is going well, like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like, I think to them it is, like, this has been their plan, the mandate for leadership, Project 2025. And they're like, fast and furious, flood the zone with shit. Like, and they're all like, look, we're doing it. Like, we're consolidating power in the executive branch. It's all happening. And but it's not being, people are not happy about it. Like, so I guess you guys are doing what you said you were going to do, what no one believed you were going to do. You're screwing over the American people. You're giving a bunch of, you're creating an oligarchy, but at what cost? People are not enjoying it. Now, this is great. You guys are going to love this. I have some great news. Do you know how much we hate Ryan J. Walters? Like, if you don't have Oklahoma, I have some good news for you. I know usually when we bring up Oklahoma, people in the chat are like, I'm so embarrassed to be from here. But today's the day, Oklahoma. Have you guys, I'm sure you saw on your news, because I was watching I have been watching Oklahoma news like this morning, because I just love watching Ryan J. Walters just get slapped down. Governor Stitt, who's, this is this is a conservative white man from Oklahoma who is sick of Ryan J. Walters. You know, he's the superintendent of education. He's the guy that wasted all this money on Trump Bibles, that literally contracted the libs of TikTok girl to like root out the LGBTQIA or people suspected of I don't know, like gayness, like in public schools, like all of these things. And Governor Stitt basically took his like 3 lieutenants and just ousted them and replaced them on the State Board of Education because he's just like, I am sick of this. And you know why? And by the way, it's sad that the way Arizona, because I always joke, I'm like, we're 49. Like, we literally are one of the worst states, Arizona. This is Arizona, where I live. This is the case study of what happens when you have school vouchers, what will happen to your state test scores and to children's ability to learn. Right. And we're 40. I think we might have moved up. We might be 48 because I think Oklahoma, the reason Governor Stitt is so pissed is because after all of this shit show, and I got some oldie but goodie clips to show you. So if you're not exactly sure what I'm talking about, believe me, get ready to laugh. Like, this guy has been putting on this whack job PR show for Trump because I think, and we all, well, I don't think, I know, he wanted to be in charge of the Department of Education. He thought like he was going to be in Trump's cabinet. And I talk about this all the time. The scariest man, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, his wife runs a Christian nationalist PR firm. Her first name's escaping me, but it's Russ Vought's wife. She is Ryan J. Walters, the superintendent of public schools of Oklahoma. She's his PR rep. That's produced by the Vote family, like Christian nationalist brand, all of this stuff that weirdo is doing in Oklahoma. And finally, a sane governor who's like, hey, my job is to make sure kids in this state are learning. And I'm sure he's getting a lot of calls and people are pissed because he's wasting the school budget on Trump Bibles. So he ousted 3 board people. And the reason that this is happening, because in most states, and it depends on your state and how it's run, I just want to be clear, but in a lot of states, like in Florida, the governor chooses who's in charge of public instruction, you know, like public schools. It's appointed job. Like the superintendent of public instruction is Mary Vogt. Thank you, Dust Bunny. Love you for that. Amazing. Yeah. Russ Vogt's name is Mary Vogt. And she runs a very scary Christian nationalist PR firm. But normally the governor decides who that is. In Oklahoma, it's an elected position. So that's why he can't necessarily oust Ryan J. Walters, but he's like cleaning house of his like weirdos. And so if you want to look this up locally, I think this is from Fox 23 in Oklahoma. Stitt fires majority of state school boards saying it's become too political. And I found I recorded the local Oklahoma Fox clip on it.
Kevin Stitt dismissed a majority of the State Board of Education Tuesday for what he says is they're being too political. Outraged by the move, State Superintendent Ryan Walters then proceeded to call the governor, who was once a political ally, a member of the swamp. Citing years of political controversies, negative rankings in multiple categories, and poor test scores, Governor Kevin Stitt dismissed 3 members of the State Board of Education and appointed 3 new ones to refocus the board on what he says are education policies. In a statement, Stitt said, quote, after months of headlines followed by disappointing NAEP scores, this month, it's clear that our education infrastructure has fallen prey to needless political drama. If we want to be the best state for business, we need to make sure our kids have a path to success.
Oh, do you mean that screaming that there might be gay teachers and bringing in libs of TikTok and PragerU and indoctrinating kids and making weird videos and telling kids to pray in school is not helping with the math scores? That's so weird. It would be best to just let teachers who are professionals educate children and not let weird political ideology ruin your state test scores. This is the F around and find out. Like, this is it. Great job, MAGA. And again, don't complain about the H-1B visas, right? Don't complain about it. This is why your kids aren't learning. You guys have them carrying around Trump Bibles.
Time for some fresh eyes and a renewed focus on our top 10 goals. The statement is a clear shift in how the governor and his office handle education. For 2 years, the governor has deferred all concerns and questions about anything happening with OSDE to State Superintendent Ryan Walters and his staff.
The oversight deal is a weird deal because in Oklahoma, we have a separately elected superintendent of education. Okay? Other states, Florida, for example, the governor selects his superintendent of education. That's what's so weird about Oklahoma. Oklahoma wants Governor Stitt to fix education, but then my hands are tied behind my back.
Over the last...
Please don't refer to yourself in the third person or act like you're much better. This is the guy that's like, hey, our math scores are remedial. Or, okay, in his defense, it wasn't him, but it was someone in the state Senate that brought the bill. But like, hey, it seems like none of the kids in Oklahoma public school can do math. Let's just change the rules so they don't have to. And then complain about H-1B visas.
2 years, the state board has supported without question Walters and various political desires centered around combating what he calls wokeness, in addition to Walters' Bible purchases and many attempts to increase teaching Christianity in public schools, tying it to U.S. history. Fights with state lawmakers, fights with the Attorney General's office over board counsel, and most recently, asking for immigration status for anyone enrolling in Oklahoma public schools.
I do think was like the last straw. This man is spending money trying to root out kids he suspects of not being children. He's like terrorizing children in public schools, which I'm going to guess for agriculture in Oklahoma, I think the pressure, my guess is the pressure being put on Stitt to do something about this stuff is immense.
Stitt's office says all of this happened while Oklahoma fell to 49th in education and school statewide.
That's right, Arizona. We're probably 48. We've moved up, not because our children have learned anything, but because Oklahoma has slid down. We'll take it. Yeah, we're 48, Arizona.
Have collectively shown little to no improvement in reading our math scores. Walters posted on X, quote, Governor Stitt has joined the swampy political establishment that President Trump is fighting against. The board members that stood with us, working with the Trump administration to make our schools safer and better, have been fired for political purposes. Every Oklahoman should be clear this move undermines Oklahoma kids and parents and an America First agenda. Stitt believes the federal government and not the people need to continue to control our country. This is disappointing, but
no, he said, kids in Oklahoma can't read or do math so good, and your job is to help kids learn to read and do math, and I'm very concerned about that. And then this is the BS that this guy says. Like, this is the reality. MAGA, do you care about your children? That's like, at some point you have to address that. All of this BS, buying Trump Bibles and saying, oh, like we're going to make sure there's no people who are gay near kids or whatever you guys are up to. You know who's being punished by this? Children. You are punishing your own children with this nonsense.
Not surprising. We'll keep fighting for school choice, parents, kids, and our teachers. But the board isn't the only shakeup at OSDE. When reporters reached out to Communications Director Dan Isaac for comment, he said he resigned from his post Monday. A post in the same communications department that produced this video vowing OSDE was going to crack down on illegal immigration during the 2024 presidential election.
You heard that. This is what Ryan J. Walters has been doing. He's been making media posts saying he's now an immigration czar of Oklahoma public school. You're not Tom Homan. Your kids are supposed to be learning how to do math. And it's worse. And then he blames wokeness and the deep state because he's not getting his way. Meanwhile, the only people suffering are children. Like, I don't know. It's really sad. And now I just want to remind you of who Ryan J. Walters is. I mean, you heard that ridiculousness, but I did pull some oldie but goodie clips so we could remember who this man is.
Instructed my staff to immediately begin the processes to hold the two teachers accountable who actively violated state law, admitted to violating state law to indoctrinate our kids. We will not allow the indoctrination of Oklahoma students here in the state of Oklahoma. And I, as the state superintendent and the Department of Education, will do everything within our power to not allow our kids to be indoctrinated by far left radicals and to hold those accountable who have done so. I have instructed my staff to begin compiling a list of inappropriate materials in our school libraries. I am also going to inform all vendors with the state of Oklahoma that we will not allow inappropriate materials in our schools, whether that's books or whether that's instruction.
There will be no books and there will be no instruction in any Oklahoma schools. And guess what? The test scores are showing that. The test scores are showing that you've done your job, Ryan. Great job. Great job keeping the children of Oklahoma from learning how to read, write, or do arithmetic. Keep up the great work, you weirdo. Oh, here's another good one. Because, and this is the real evolution of him. Like around 2022, when he started these like weird videos, he would be doing them in his creepy car. Like, I'd be like, who's this guy in this car, like yelling? Like, it must be hot in there. And then he got this like Trump-like background, and that, that he like upgraded his set.
And guess who's last? President Trump. This is a
give you context. Do you guys remember like a year ago when like all the top historians, again, this is a poll, right? And it's like all the top historians were asked like, who's the worst president ever? And these are very, people who've won like Nobel Prizes and things, and they're like Donald Trump. And like Trump was very upset about it. Well, this is Ryan J. Walters saying, instead of teaching kids math and how to read, I'm going to make sure that everyone knows Trump's the best president in the world.
And guess who's last? President Trump. This is a great example of the radical woke college professors and what they're trying to teach our kids. They want to tell our kids that every conservative president was terrible and every left-wing president was amazing. So in Oklahoma, we're going to make sure that our kids understand presidential greatness is based on how the country performed while presidents were in office and not based on what a leftist, woke college professor says makes a great president.
It is based on what Trump did in office. That's what they were basing it on. They're just educated people who understand Trump ran the economy into the ground. Yeah, we were basing it on that, Ryan. And here's the best one. Okay. And I'm going to get into this because I don't often like plug charities, but this is one of my favorite charities. 501c3 nonprofits I actually happen to support. So if you don't know about Ryan J. Walters' battle with the Satanic Temple, Ryan is not very smart. So he doesn't understand that the Satanic Temple has nothing to do with religion. It just has to do with very intelligent people who created a nonprofit to stop people like him from indoctrinating students and from stopping women from getting reproductive health care. But Ryan J. Walters has been convinced for a long time now that the Church of Satan is coming after him, which I can't get enough of.
We just put in place a new bill, HB 1425. Here's what this bill does. It allows students during the day in high school to go to a church, receive religious or moral study, and get credit for it. We want to encourage our kids to freely express their religious beliefs, and so we're very excited about this piece of legislation. Well, we've now had the Satanists come in and say they're going to offer courses too and get credit for it. So I'm just going to clear this up. No, the Satanists are not coming into our schools. No, Satanism is not a religion. They will not be recognized by our State Department of Education. You are not a religion, Satanist. I know that you guys like lying, and that's a central part of your belief system there. But you will not be participating with our schools. You will not be allowed in our schools, nor will you receive.
Listen to him. He made video after video. He's like, we're under attack by the Church of Satan. No, it's just smart atheists. So what is going on is, he keeps again, and the test scores now bear this out, and the governor of Oklahoma, the reason I'm just reminding everyone of how this man has failed as the superintendent of public instruction in Oklahoma is now test scores are coming out, and the reading and math scores of children are failing, all while he's wasting the budget on Trump Bibles and is fighting a fake war between himself and Satanists. That's not real. But the reason that the Satanic Temple, which I'll show you what it is in a second, got involved. And what they're doing in red states is stopping this BS, right? So you're saying that kids aren't going to take math classes or kids can't read books they want to read, and now they can go to church instead and not learn. Cool. Well, we're also a religion, right? We're a 501c3. The Satanic Temple registered as a religion, and they're like, legally, they are a religion, legally, just as much as Christianity is, just as much as Scientology is, just as much as Mormonism is a religion. So are they. So they're like, great, now kids are going to take satanic classes. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean, just to drive this man crazy. And like, he wanted to put Bibles and the 10 Commandments in schools so that the Satanic Temple are like, we're putting up statues of Baphomet, which like in public schools, because it's freedom of religion. Like, let our religion in there too. And he has literally been like, we're at war with Satan. It's ridiculous. But if you want to, I just took this from Facebook. I never am on Facebook, but I just want to show you an example. This is back in June. And I just want to give you an example of how they harass Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters appears to believe that his Twitter declarations will override our Oklahoman members' constitutional rights. Don't worry, Ryan. This lesson will get you up to speed in no time, right? And okay, parents, sign up to receive more information about our Hail Oklahoma, like Hail Satan. It's hilarious. And show your support for the Satanic Temple's Hellion Academy of Independent Learning. It's just ways to donate money, right? And they do awesome things to like help women's reproductive rights and things. I am a member as well, and I'll show you how to do it. So again, this is from their site. Just look up the Satanic Temple. It's hilarious. But basically, becoming a member, you could just sign up to be on their email list, and they'll just tell you about causes they're working on, progressive causes to help people. You could get like funny mugs and ridiculous things, and all the money just goes back to a nonprofit where they're helping. I know, and I literally just had another membership card sent to myself this morning because I was going to show you guys my membership card, but I can't find it. So again, yeah, you can just do that, and you can donate too. But I just want to give you an example of one of the causes they're working on. This is like similar to how they're torturing Ryan J. Walters in Oklahoma. Missouri school chaplain bills face constitutional test as the Satanic Temple prepares ministers of Satan for state-funded positions. Because what they're trying to do in red states is say, oh, we're going to pay pastors, right? Like Trump's spiritual advisors and stuff, and we're going to give them federal money, right? We're not going to give Planned Parenthood money. We're going to give it to these like state-funded Christian pro-life places that don't even have nurses and doctors. So they're like, oh, we're letting religion into the government. Here come the Satanists. It's quite funny, and it's for a good cause. So I do suggest looking into the Satanic Temple. Missouri lawmakers are moving forward with legislation that would allow public schools to employ or accept volunteer religious chaplains, a move that raises constitutional concerns and paves the way for the Satanic Temple's ministers of Satan to serve in public schools. Oh my God, I cannot get enough of it. And then they name the bills they're fighting, it's supposed to start March 1. This is in real time. This is a campaign they have going on in real time right now to fight religious indoctrination in public schools and promote the separation of church and state. In Missouri, it's for a great cause. Yeah, W Satanic Temple. Look it up. And this is another one that's really near and dear to my heart. So they're fighting to, for separation of church and state in schools and to protect LGBTQIA kids in schools and all of those good things. And then they're also fighting for women's reproductive freedom. Introducing Right to Your Life Satanic AB Clinic, providing free AB healthcare in Virginia. Like, that's when you donate to them, they're also literally setting up AB clinics and fighting for legislation to like get women's reproductive health care into maternal health deserts. So just know they're doing great things and it's hilarious. And you can drive your MAGA friends and family insane and you get like a certificate that says you're a member of the Temple of Satan and stuff. It's awesome. It's for a great cause. The world's second satanic AB clinic, just like our New Mexico clinic. That's the first place they were able to open one so that people can cross the border from Texas and get AB care. Our services will be free of charge, with patients only needing to cover the cost of medication through a third party at a very low price. Our dedicated staff will again be available 24/7, ensuring that patients receive the care they need when they need it. Google them if you want to donate. It's a nonprofit. It's a 501c3 helping women and helping kids in public schools. It's a really cool cause. And like I said, they're opening one in Virginia, and you can just donate to them on their website and just do a one-time donation. But I do remember getting the personalized membership card. It like costs them nothing to make, and they're fun to have. You get a certificate and a card, and I reordered mine today, so soon we can all have them. But yeah, I just thought I'd show you. Oh yeah, they have different chapters. So if there are like people that start chapters, and those are like activists in local areas, and then you guys can meet up and like plan to fight Moms for Liberty or like whatever. Yeah, you just go to their website, and there's people that have started like individual Satanic Temple chapters. So if there's one in your area, then it's a good way to get locally active and help kids and help women, like especially in maternal health deserts and in red states where we don't have rights. So again, I know, I love it too. I thought you guys would like that. So at least and again, I don't want kids to suffer in red states, but I guess now that it's been proven through data that Oklahoma kids aren't learning math or learning to read. And that's what we needed for the governor of Oklahoma to force 3 of Ryan J. Walter's MAGA board members out and try to make some changes. So it's sad that the kids will have to suffer, that their education will have to suffer. But the faster this happens, the sooner, we can get back to the business of educating children, hopefully. Keep tapping the screen. Oh, thank you, Susan. Hi, I hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for the hearts and the tip. I appreciate you so much. Oh my God, Trump is elected chair of the Kennedy Center. I can't even read these updates. Sorry, I was looking at my updates in my email. Okay, so this is the next thing I wanted to say, and I talked about this on the broadcast yesterday. Can you share the live with 5 people? Tap the screen. Keep tapping the screen. Where are we at here? We're not quite to 150K. It's almost 2:00. We should be at 200K now. If everyone just taps the screen for a minute, we could just get to 600K and be done. Let's just keep tapping. You guys are doing an amazing job. I touched on this a little bit. But yeah, Trump is getting struck down in federal court after federal court. The question is he listening to any of these federal court orders? I don't know. That's what we're going to get into that soon. And what is going to happen if Trump refuses to listen. But I was showing you guys yesterday how all of this information on the CDC's website has been taken down. Right. And providing American citizens information about their health, that's what informed consent is. And so directly hiding information and options that are available to you about your own healthcare is, in my mind, a crime, or at least a violation of code of ethics. It's ridiculous. So a judge basically ordered them to put all this information, right? They took down information about ABs and all sorts of things. I was showing yesterday on the broadcast how they are like, if you search for AB information, they're redirecting you on the CDC's website to like adoption. And a judge ruled that they need to put it all back up. Allegedly, according to this article, they were working to put the information back up, but I mean, who knows? Only time will tell. A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the nation's premier health agencies to restore online access to several websites that monitor HIV, health risks for youths, and assisted reproductive technologies, which were abruptly taken offline. Trump is saying to assure they complied with Donald Trump's executive order on gender, to discriminate, to make sure they're acceptable in their discrimination and lack of information that can mislead people who need accurate information on medical care. Oh, and this is another good one. I've touched on this. I talked about it a little bit on Monday, but now they're firing ICE officials because Trump's deportation plans aren't going well, right? Because again, there's a respectful way for ICE to work, to detain and deport people, and Trump's not meeting his lofty goals, and why not? Right? I mean, not why not, but like, what's the consequence of that? Trump has been lobbied by all these private prison groups. He wants to have 45,000 people, more people in detention centers. And that's to pay back all these people that paid him. Ooh, puzzle piece. Sorry, you guys can't hear it because I turned it off, but give me 1 second. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm not a robot. So now we're firing ICE officials, which it's hilarious because everyone's blaming each other because Trump's deportations aren't going as well as he wants them to. Two top officials at U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement have been removed from their jobs amid frustration among Trump officials that officers aren't ramping up arrests and deportations fast enough to meet the president's goals, and that some immigrant detainees have been released, according to 3 people with knowledge of the move. ICE staff were informed in an email Tuesday that Russell Hott and Peter Berg, the top 2 officials in the Enforcement Division of ICE, had been reassigned, according to 3 people who spoke on the condition of anonymity. And they're all blaming each other. Oh my God. Kristi Noem is like, it's a conspiracy in the FBI. Tom Homan is blaming the media and the FBI. He says the FBI is leaking information to the media and that's why they can't find as many immigrants as Trump wants them to find. These are some funny notes about it. Border czar Tom Homan has been getting an earful about deportation arrests being much lower than promised. News Nation reported that a source close to Trump said he told Tom Homan the numbers are too effing low. When News Nation asked Homan if Trump is happy with how deportations were going so far, Homan responded, quote, I'm not satisfied. There are more criminal aliens that need to be arrested. Hundreds of thousands. Sanctuary cities are putting roadblocks up. We've got leaks. Which, by the way, by and large, and we know because thank God for the media that are still doing their jobs and investigative journalists, right? The majority of these people are not, in fact, criminals. They're just random grandmas and other randos being rounded up and put on wasteful military flights and being taken home. So I don't know where Tom Homan's getting these hundreds of thousands of criminals. That's not what's the actual numbers are bearing out. But I mean, MAGA's light on facts, large on random screaming and rhetoric. Homan told Newsmax he believes, of course, because it's always the deep state. Whenever MAGA fails, which the failures are many, they're consistent, and it's been really failure after failure since Trump got in office. So they have to blame people. He told Newsmax he believes that a federal agent leaked their big raid in California to the press, which made it another flop. He then referred to an LA Times report. The LA Times is owned by a Chinese billionaire in the health and medical industry who has fired people and refused to let people write bad things about Trump. So it's very weird that he's blaming the LA Times, that said agents are, quote, planning to carry out a large-scale immigration reinforcement action in LA in the next couple weeks. They cited a federal law enforcement source who told them that agents with the FBI and the DEA's LA field offices are being called in to assist. They needed more bodies. Yeah, that's whose fault it is. Now, Kristi Noem, whose job is to put on bulletproof vests and being photographed on Fox News talking about things that make no sense while pretending to have something to do with any of this, she was furious about it also. And she is going to hunt down the person who spoke to the Times. Quote from Kristi, hide your dogs, Noem. The FBI is so corrupt. We will work with any and every agency to stop leaks and prosecute these crooked deep state agents to the fullest extent of the law. Kristi puppy pew pew Noem. That's funny, Joanna. Just hide your dogs. If your dog is undocumented, live in fear. Homan told Fox he is going to make the source pay. Awesome. Thank you so much, Miller. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while at the comment. It's so good to see you. Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you for the awesome rocket ship and ADHD break. Secretary Noem is correct. This is from Tom Homan. Some of the information we are receiving tends to lead towards the FBI. Oh, anytime you guys fail at something, which God, there's so many failures going on in the last just 2 days. It's just been a string of failures for MAGA. So then, it's the deep state again. I talked to the department attorney general and they've opened up a criminal investigation. Oh, are you guys investigating the investigators again? It's almost like I see a pattern here. Anything that goes wrong, you just blame the enemy within that you are convinced is undermining you. Have you guys ever just started to acknowledge the fact that you're not good at accomplishing goals? Or you set unrealistic goals that are impossible to meet? You guys just make up lies and just say random things that can never be achieved anyway. So of course you were always setting yourself up to fail in the first place. That's why I was talking yesterday about how we need to live in a data-driven society. That's why when people on the left make goals, they're basing that on data-driven information. So you can set realistic goals and then reach them. MAGA just says words that are impossible. Oh, we know there's brown criminals somewhere and we're going to find them all. We met a gift goal. We haven't met a gift goal in a while. Thank you so much, Miller. I'm going to reset the gift goal. Look at me remembering to do something. I'm on a roll. Okay. Homan also explained why many of the people they're arresting and deporting don't have criminal records. Because that's the real truth. Because he's being asked, even by right-leaning media, hey, you're not arresting criminals. Well, these aren't criminals. We'll find the bad guy. But if he's with others that aren't a criminal priority, but are in the country illegally, they're going to go too. Oh, so grandmas and kids and families and the autistic people you had on military planes zip tied with no air conditioning, those people. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhoods and more non-criminals being arrested. You sound so embarrassing, Tom. Don't get me wrong. He's horrible. I'm not saying don't be concerned about him, but I feel like Trump just brought him back in the same capacity he used John Bolton for, for shock and awe. Tom, you're just some weird guy at this point. You sound like your mouth is constantly shot up with Novocaine. Tom Homan sounds like he is perpetually 24 hours a day coming from the dentist. There's just drool running out of the side of his mouth. And he's mumbling incoherent things. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard being confirmed. Oh, I already knew the vote count. Yeah, that did happen. Sorry, someone in the chat and TikTok is pointing out that Tulsi Gabbard was confirmed. Yeah, that happened hours ago, and we kind of knew it was going to happen because of once Susan Collins folded a lawn chair and stuff, it was going to happen. Yeah, same thing. RFK is going to probably be confirmed too. But this is their circus, their monkeys. Just let them burn it all down. Like, I mean, and I'll get to it later in the show, but Trump basically is posting these love letters with Putin today. Like, Trump's going to let Putin, let Russia, and let China into our government, regardless of what we do. Like, he has no intention of doing anything to protect us. And I just thought this was this is from Latin Times, which is a Hispanic, and I'm glad they're reporting on these things for all the Spanish speakers who voted for Trump. It's time to F around and find out, right? They reported that men dressed in hoodies, right? No badges, no anything, descended on a taco truck in Memphis and arrested several workers. The company called, I don't even know what it's called. Taco Ganas Memphis. Taco Ganas. Yeah. Posted a video of the incident and released a statement, right? This is what they said about it. Because basically they're saying, hey, we had like 4 employees like snatched out of a truck and no one knows where they are. Earlier today, individuals entered one of our trucks and took away several of our employees. We do not know what prompted this. We have heard from the employees. They've been told they're being detained by ICE. Latin Times reported that men dressed in hoodies. Oh, I must have done that one twice. Sorry. You'll see they have no uniforms, do not show any badge or ID, because they're putting out this video, and did not leave any identifying information or paperwork. If not for our security cameras, we would not even know this happened. We've contacted legal aid organizations to help the employees, and we're gathering any information we have to share with their families. Our company complies with federal and local immigration laws, and we know everyone is dealing with situations like this. We know our community is scared. Yuck. Great job, Trump. Keep up the good work. This is great. Oh, and this is the interesting part. And this will play out. You're going to hear more about this in the next. Well, oh my God, it's already Wednesday. We'll know more about this on Thursday, right? We're looming towards a government. We're careening very quickly and incompetently towards another government shutdown, right? Like, what is it, March 14th or something? And this bill is supposed to be put out, right? And there is a fight brewing between the Republicans and Congress. They have all the power. They have never been able to agree on anything. And who's the fight between? This fight is brewing between Lindsey Graham and like the Freedom Caucus in the House. Like, Lindsey's a senator, but basically the Freedom Caucus in the House, the far right lunatic fringe, and Lindsey Graham are joining together, right? These are the deficit hawks, the people who claim they're real conservatives, not the Trump grifters, the moderate Republicans who don't care about saving money anyways. But these people basically want to carve out a spending bill now for the border, because what is happening, the undercurrent you're going to start hearing about a lot in the next 24, 48 hours, is Tom Homan is saying, now, I just want to point out, did they ever fund the border for Biden? No. Was there ever? They were supposed to. Biden in his last year in office reduced encounters and was averaging 308 ICE arrests a day, which is a very hard thing to do, and doing it with respect while deporting people without funding, right? He never was funded. And Tom Homan's new line, and not just Tom Homan, Satan himself in the White House, the director of Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, Christian nationalist Russ Vought, is saying they need money. They need to fund immigration and the border. So they want billions and billions of dollars. And the reason this fight is brewing is because Trump doesn't want this. So Mike Johnson is trying to pretend like they're not doing this because Mike Johnson does whatever Trump wants, right? So Lindsey Graham and the Freedom Caucus want to carve out this separate spending bill because what Trump wants to do is just have this huge spending giant bill, right? Where he's going to cut all this money for billionaires and basically hold all these Republicans hostage without making cuts. And so they're trying to force a bill now to fund the border and stuff so they can fight harder over like the next bill when he tries to give all these tax cuts to billionaires and corporations. And so it's basically Mike Johnson and Trump, the moderate Republicans versus the Freedom Caucus and Lindsey Graham. It's fascinating to watch. And well, we'll get to it, but yeah. And really, and AOC said it best, and I think I included the clip, is just let them fight it out, right? This is MAGA. This is your dream. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the executive branch, you have the Supreme Court. You don't need the left for anything. You are in control of the entire government. Now get to work and figure it out. Don't ask for help for any of us. I don't think we should give them one vote for anything. And here's my example of why. So again, miss me, MAGA, with the waste, fraud, and abuse talk. If you are on X bragging about what Elmo's doing, that is you signaling that you are uneducated and have no idea what's going on. Okay? Meanwhile, we're all being insulted with waste, fraud, and abuse in our face every day. Now, here's just, since we're on the topic of now they want billions of dollars to fund the border, wouldn't give it to Biden so there could be a narrative that the border was being overrun. He reduced encounters at the southern border by 75% with no funding. Now we need to give the Republicans billions of dollars for it. And why? Oh, maybe it's to pay for these wasteful military flights.
From a dirt ridge outside Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas. We could see about 80 men, women, and children, recent arrivals in the U.S., stepping off buses and stepping on to military transport jets. This group was going to Ecuador. 2 days later, Border Patrol and the Army allowed us onto the base for a closer look at another full flight, this time going to Guatemala. Some of the migrants on board traveled for months to get to the U.S. They would return to Central America in 5 hours. It's a move former acting Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director John Sandwig told us was unprecedented.
We never use the military aircraft. I mean, ICE is funded by Congress for up to $1 billion annually for transportation.
CBS News found a single flight on a C-17 can run more than $28,000 per hour. That's more than 3 times what ICE pays on average for its normal charter flights on regular passenger aircraft. So the flight we
Is that waste, fraud, and abuse? So Trump can feel like a man? So mediocre white men can feel important and like they're doing something? Is that waste, fraud, and abuse?
saw headed to Guatemala cost nearly $300,000. One of at least 15 military flights so far landed in India with a round-trip cost of more than $1 million. Military planes are also carrying migrants to Guantanamo Bay. The first flight on a C-17, which can carry as many as 134 passengers, had about 10 detainees on board, an average cost of more than $20,000 per person. The U.S. military is also expanding a migrant operations center there to hold as many as 30,000 people. In 1994, when 45,000 migrants sheltered at Guantanamo and Panama, government estimates put the cost at nearly $500 million, equivalent to more than $1 billion.
You guys remember when this whole Guantanamo thing started? And at first I was kind of calm and I was like, oh, you guys probably don't know this, but we've been using Guantanamo as an immigration way station for a while. Like back in 94, we had like thousands of people there. And I was like, but you can't house people. So I guess it's going to be a tent city. Look, they're setting up it. It's a tent city. Did I not say that? I was like, we used to have a tent city in Arizona, courtesy of Sheriff Joe. We had a tent city and they had to close it because bad things happen. You can't really run tent city detainment centers. People dehydrate. Like it's literally awful. And I was like, I guess they're setting up a tent city. Well, yes, just to confirm, Guantanamo is now a tent city. Yeah, thank you, guys. See, you guys remember. And Chris in the comments who's saying, I don't understand why the border bill is bad. I have read the bipartisan border bill, right? I also have read HR 2. I know everything about the border bill. I know you can't identify what was actually wrong about the border bill, right? But if you have a problem with the bipartisan border bill, no, it was negotiated by Republicans who Trump himself endorsed as tough on the border. It was bad because there was no legal pathways to citizenship and because it was basically a money grab for private prisons. But you're fine with that because you blindly support Republicans. So you must be fine with private corporations making money for no reason. Oh, we need to get into this. This is actually, I'm excited about this. Actually, wait, did I not finish? No, we're good. We're good on that. But yeah, so Guantanamo is now a tent city, which is absolutely absurd. I mean, not absurd. It's the only way it can happen unless they're going to build permanent structures. And I don't know where they would. But yeah, I think the last time we had thousands and thousands of people, I was doing some research on it. I think it was 94, but it has been a way station. And if you don't know, like places like Australia, they do stuff similar, right? Like they keep people in like asylum processes. I mean, some are kept on land in Australia, but the majority, they like keep them on cruise ships in international waters so they don't have due process. And that is scary. I would not want to be stuck somewhere where you're not recognized, you're not on the soil of the country. You're trying and like I've said this a couple times, Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who's one of my favorite internet or immigration lawyers to follow, he testifies in front of Congress like once a month on this stuff. Like by all accounts, like they're not letting like these immigration law presentations go down in these deportation centers. Like the only way immigrants are explained their rights is when they let legal aid come in and give these legal presentations, and they're not happening. So we shall see. And now I just want to touch on Eric Adams again. You guys know, if you've been following me and watching the People's Receipts long enough, I read you basically all the court documents of why Eric Adams should be tried. And basically, the Queen's mob boss has done a deal, right? So this is what we all spent after Trump's first term in office, like talking about, was how he used Bill Barr, his attorney general, to essentially, drop charges or investigate people, direct investigation. So they're dropping the charges, the federal charges against Eric Adams, who stole $10 million of taxpayer money. Like, I mean, New York, you should be furious. This man stole from you. And specifically New York City, I should say. I believe it's a match program for New York City constituents. So if you're in New York City, Eric Adams stole from you, and you should be pissed. And I mean, not to mention, like, the reason he was stealing, like, you can't run for election, you can't run for office in the United States and be funded by Turkish foreign nationals. And that's where that money, and then he was taking that money, using straw donors to pretend that money was coming from US citizens, and then using the New York City match program, which is your own tax dollars, which is up to 8 times match, which ended up like totaling $10 million. This man stole from all of you, and you should be very, very mad about it. But the interesting thing is the Queen's mob boss, I always say Trump has one mode: basic Queen's mob boss racket, right? Leveraging people. He's now basically holding him hostage. So most of these, and Letitia James, I'll say, you guys have a fabulous attorney general in New York. Thank God for Letitia James fighting Trump at every turn, leading these lawsuits left and right. Man, follow Letitia James on Blue Sky or on X, because she is in the business of hammering Trump. You guys should be proud of what she's doing every single day. I could probably spend hours just playing videos of Letitia James being like, and 17 more lawsuits that I plan on winning. She hasn't lost one thing she's brought yet against him since he's been in office. Letitia James is fabulous. But actually, I'm going to let I just met a new state senator of New York. I didn't personally meet him. I just met him on the internet, but we should try to contact him because he's fabulous. I found this clip because I was going to show you that Trump is holding Mayor Eric Adams hostage and now owns him. But then I found someone he's a New York state senator. Wait, let me get it. Actually, let's start with his page. Okay, if you want to follow this guy, because once you see this clip, you're going to want to follow him. Senator Zellner Myrie, New York state senator he's running against Eric Adams too. So this is the guy that we need to vote for in New York City. And he's awesome. You're going to die when you see this. So basically, Trump is having his AG, Pam Bondi, or actually his number two, Emil Bove. The guy who announced they're dropping the charges against Eric Adams is Trump's Stormy Daniels hush money lawyer. That's who announced it. He's like the number two, essentially, at the Department of Justice. And he said that the reason they're dropping the charges is because Eric Adams has to focus on re-election. After robbing the taxpayers and accepting money from outside the country, allegedly, now he needs to focus on, I guess, getting reelected so Trump can use him. And what does it look like Trump is using him for, and how is he holding him hostage? Well, they dismissed the charges without prejudice, meaning now Trump is holding Eric Adams hostage. At any time Trump wants to bring those charges back, he can. And New York is New York City, right? Eric Adams is only in charge of New York City. He's letting immigration into the schools. He's letting immigration into the hospitals. This is his payback, right? Quid pro quo. And this is a state senator who's now going to run against him for New York mayor, who made a video about this, I think today, either today or yesterday.
Just 10 minutes ago, we found out that the Department of Justice is telling the Southern District of New York to drop the charges against Mayor Adams. This should outrage every single New Yorker. What was this mayor willing to give up? Which New Yorkers was he willing to sell to get these charges dropped? Our libraries have been cut. Our parks have been cut. Our cultural institutions have been cut. ICE is allowed in our schools. ICE is allowed in our hospitals. And instead of having a mayor standing up for our communities, he's played for a pardon and has gotten exactly what he campaigned for. It is a disgrace, and we must do better.
Facts. And again, this is a New York State senator who's running against Eric Adams for mayor in 2025. So vote for Zelnor Myrie. Again, if you want a screenshot, this is his X profile. If you want information, I'm sure he's on Blue Sky and other platforms as well. But that's the first time I've ever really seen him speak. And he was the first person I saw speak out about this. Thanks, Felice, for not blocking me. Chris, you know what's really funny about you saying that? If you can, I'm unimpressed by your level of intelligence. So if you continue annoying people, the average intelligence of people in this chat is much higher than what you're displaying. And I don't mean that in a rude way. I'm just saying you're really dragging down our ability to learn and enjoy ourselves. So stop harassing people or I will block you. I know, Dust Bunny, I know. You're on your last leg. Well, Joanna likes you. There you go. We got one person. Yeah, or Joanna, you watch Chris. I've got other things to do. You watch Chris, and if he gets too annoying, just get rid of him. This is a privilege to be here. This is not a debate. We're not interested in your thoughts and feelings. That's a different live. We are here for intellectual stimulation. We don't get that from MAGA debate lives. Respectfully and disrespectfully. Joanna, that's funny. Okay, sorry, just pinning a comment in the chat. Okay, and I'm trying to do better with breaking up depressing things with humor, but Beetlejuice is at it again. Beetlejuice was not spotted at a musical of rendition of Beetlejuice, but she's roaming the streets with Kid Rock in the middle of the night. So if you are part of the 4th District of Colorado, what are you doing? Truly, what are you doing? Why would you elect her? And I understand, I know the makeup of the 4th District of Colorado. You upper middle class, well-to-do white people in the suburbs, out, up to an hour and a half outside of Denver. I know exactly where you all are. But seriously, even Beetlejuice, and you had Ken Buck. If you don't remember, Ken Buck was a Freedom Caucus member, but he was a constitutional lawyer, former prosecutor. He's one of the people that had a line in the 118th Congress that basically said, hey, like I can't stand for this. I'm not going to sit here while this nonsense goes on. Basically, the first time he spoke up was when they were like sham impeaching Mayorkas. And he was like, oh no, like I'm not sitting here for this. And then he left he just announced he was retiring. And that's when Lauren Boebert moved from the 3rd to the 4th. Right. And now she's in the 4th district. So if you're in the 4th district of Colorado, this is what your tax dollars are getting you. Lauren Boebert staggering around with Kid Rock. Congratulations. I know it's not all of you. Trust me, I'm in Arizona. Believe me, we do shameful stuff all the time. Oh, and let's RIP to this man. And we're going to get into this deeply today. And, these inspector generals, like we talk about when as a history major, I like to do allusions from the past. Well, in 1930s Germany, there was something called the Night of the Long Knives, right? And that was essentially Mustache Man culling. A lot of people think it was him culling his opponents. It wasn't. It was people inside his own party who were true believers, right? And that's what I see that night when all the inspector generals went, right? That's a perfect example of the Night of the Long Knives. A lot of those people were Trump appointees. They were conservative Republicans. They're the watchdogs of waste, fraud, and abuse of federal agencies. Now, if Trump and Elmo really cared about waste, fraud, and abuse, why would they get rid of the people who were in charge of monitoring it? I don't know. Food for thought. But this is our latest casualty in the sham waste, fraud, and abuse. This is the latest person to call out Trump and Elmo for their waste, fraud, and abuse. And now this is like a eulogy. He's no longer with us. I mean, he's on Earth, just not in his job. Trump fires USAID Inspector General one day after blistering report. Right. And you can look up this report. Paul K. Martin, appointed by President Joe Biden December 2023. I feel like we're at a funeral. Was informed of his dismissal through an email from the White House, right? This guy just pointed out, and actually, I don't think I should do this because Midas Touch posted this. Trump just fired USAID Inspector General Paul Martin one day after he exposed how Trump's foreign and aid freeze and mass firings had made it easier for U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund T groups like H group and I group. Right? That's what you get for telling the truth. Talking about how dumb it was, what Trump is doing. And like I said, basic Queen's mob boss protection racket. Freeze all the funds illegally, right? It's Congress are the appropriators of funds. This money has already been appropriated. One of the biggest sufferers, this is why Trump is losing the farmers, right? This is money, a lot of this money has to do with farmers. And just to be clear, because I have seen Fox News scrolling, look at all this waste. The entire USAID budget, 0.5% of the federal budget. It is nothing. 0.5%. Again, if you ever want to get into where the money is, it's the military. It's Elon Musk's it's military contracts. It's military waste. That's where it is. I mean, unless you're going to steal grandma's retirement money. Because that's what the Republicans are going to do. They're going to steal Medicare and Social Security. But again, whatever you see Fox News being like, look, we found all the money. Oh, you found 0.5%? And again, USAID, think about it. It's a carrot or the stick, right? And I would say 99.9% of the times with the US, if you have a degree in history or have, again, degrees in history are free. We can all educate ourselves for free, right? 99.9% of the time, the US uses the stick, right? That's where this huge military budget comes from. We're terrorizing other countries. We're bending them to our will. We're unlawfully invading sovereign territory. We're making threats. It's always the stick. That's, what is it, 68 billion, 0.5% is the carrot. Hey, here's some medical supplies. Hey, here's some food, right? And that buys us goodwill. And China has a similar program. And believe me, you can look this up. Don't believe me. I read a lot of international news. China, everybody that we have pulled back from, China's like, we got your money right here. Right? That's what we use to win friends and influence people, right? This is USAID is one of the few, and it's nothing, 0.5%. Most of our time is spent militarily terrorizing people with the military industrial complex. This is nothing. And they're acting like they've done something. They've done nothing. Oh, and here's this quote by AOC. So again, this fight is going to be brewing in Congress, right? About what to do about funding. The Freedom Caucus and Lindsey Graham want to carve out money for the border now, sooner, before they try to force through this huge bill and before the government shutdown. And Mike Johnson, who is just a lapdog of Donald Trump, is saying they won't bring it up in the House. Even if it comes out of the Senate, he's not going to bring it up for a vote in the House, right? And AOC is like, let them drown, which I couldn't agree with more. You guys are in control of the entire US government. So you guys we'll all sit here and watch you shit the bed. We've been doing it now for 23 days.
We should be very clear with the American people that the House is governed by a Republican majority, the Senate is governed by a Republican majority, and the White House has a Republican president. And if they want to pass their agenda, Republicans need to conjure up the votes for them to pass their own bills.
Preach, sister. Tell the people. Sorry, I'm just typing to someone in the chat because someone made a great thing. Someone asked me if I saw the David Schweikert video. Yeah, David Schweikert, which we'll get. Like, wait, are we there? We'll get there soon. Yeah, I'm gonna show it. David Schweikert. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show those clips, and I think he's making good points. But he's making them for the wrong reasons. He's awful. He's an awful human being. Like, his math is correct, but David Schweikert used to be my own rep in Arizona. There are fewer people more awful in Congress than David Schweikert. But yeah, he can do math. He's an economist, but man, is that man a horrible person. Oh my God, he's gross.
People who come to work for the federal government, if you're a cabinet official, you have to go through these big hearings. A lot of people have to go through background checks. A lot of people have to go through security checks. They get security clearance. What kind of background checks or transparency into the...
By the way, this is Tom Suozzi. I assume people know who he is. This is the man who replaced George Santos in Long Island. And I can't remember the district number right now, but he's awesome. If you don't know who Tom Suozzi is, he's awesome. But yeah, he's just making some good points.
They get security clearance. What kind of background checks or transparency into the background of Mr. Musk or the people that are working for him has been done? Do you know, Mr. Dubois?
I don't know the background checks. I know President Trump had an electoral mandate to create.
No, I understand that. But he has his electoral mandate to hire cabinet officials, but they have to go through hearings and things like that. Mr. Sepp, do you know how these people were vetted?
No.
Mr. Lodwood, do you know how they were vetted?
No.
Ms. Kochulacek, do you know how they were vetted?
We have not looked at these specific individuals.
Ms. Olson, do you know how they were vetted?
No.
What kind of access does Mr. Musk and his team have? What kind of changes have they been making to the computer programs? How many of those changes to computer programs are permanent? And how will that affect people going forward? Mr. Dubois, what's he doing?
I don't know what he's doing.
You don't know?
I think he's
Mr.
looking
Sepp, do you know what he's doing?
No.
Mr. Lodwood, do you know what he's doing?
It would be inappropriate for me for comment on
Ms. Kochulacek, do you know what he's doing?
We have not looked at that.
Ms. Olson?
No.
Does anybody here know what they're doing? Does anybody know what kind of keystrokes changes they're making and they're permanent? Does anybody know what their backgrounds are? Does anybody know what they're doing with the information that they have and how they're using it? I agree with my colleagues who noted before that Mr. Littlejohn, who disclosed this information, is a criminal and deserves to be in jail, and I'm happy that he's been prosecuted. And anybody who has violated 6103, that takes private data and shares it with other people, should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We in Congress have an obligation as an equal branch of government to monitor what's going on right now. We're all for finding cost efficiencies. I know Mr. Bean, for example, has the DOGE committee. That's a great thing for us to look for efficiencies, to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. But there's a thing, a pesky thing, called the United States Constitution, and it has the responsibilities of the United States Congress in the oversight and power of the purse. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
If you don't know Tom Suozzi is absolutely fabulous, great representation, love what he's doing. And I'm going to show you a lot of videos because I've been very proud the last 48 hours because again, the last People's Receipts was on Monday, so I've had like 2 days to monitor the news, and I'm very proud of what Congress is doing. You get excited because it's only going to get better from here. We have a lot of people in Congress working together to make sure that they're loudly screaming the truth, right? And I just want to, because I've always thought about it this way, and as we go on, I want you to like think about this, because you hear a lot, and I was arguing this, and I've described the three branches of government as co-equal. And you kind of heard him say that. We have three equal branches of government. And then I've been listening to constitutional scholars. Like, I don't know if you guys understand, like Jamie Raskin is one of the foremost constitutional scholars in the country. Like, he could be a Supreme Court justice one day. And then we'll get to this argument, but and then I heard Jamie Raskin making this argument that no, the legislature, it's not co-equal branches of government. Ask James, and he's quoting the Federalist Papers, which if you understand the Federalist Papers, that's like quoting the Bible in the face of a conservative to shame them. You know what I mean? We'll get to it, but at the very least, these three branches of government are meant to be checks and balances to each other. But in fact, when you look into the Federalist Papers and what the framers intended, can the executive branch impeach Congress? No. Right? No, but they can the other way around. So I just food for thought, and we'll get there. But again, and this is just an example. He's asking who's vetted these people that work for Doge. Elon Musk is unelected. They're working outside the government. And yeah, it was just revealed yesterday that guy, the bigot who resigned, the kid who was caught making horrific comments about interracial marriage and Indian Americans. He was actually, they swore that everyone was only getting read-only access to this treasury system. Well, that's not what happened. So yeah, don't worry. The 25-year-old bigot had edit access to the treasury payment system. What could go wrong? Who, by the way, resigned and is now back working there. Just again, to be clear, he is back working there. Yeah, oh no, he's back there, Victoria. Don't you worry. Mark Ellis, yeah, he's still there. But this just came out yesterday, because they're no, Doge just has read-only access. They never could change anything in the treasury payment system. And it's already been proven that that's not true. So just everyone sleep well. You all keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 300K. We should be at 300K by 3 p.m. If you would like to support me, please subscribe or donate through Cash App and Venmo. All of my research, which you guys know what I do all day, I do at the leisure of your support. So thank you for your support. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you guys for everything. I appreciate it.
Everything. Did you notice the little announcement that the Trump administration has ordered a halt to all federal funding for electric vehicle chargers across the United States? EV charging stations?
And again, I touched on this earlier, but I think Rachel Maddow is 5 days a week. She used to be just Mondays for the first 100 days of Trump's administration. And she is hammering Elmo. Get a day out. Just the hammer is coming down upon Elmo. And if I love the way she sees patterns and things and connects the stories she tells. Rachel Maddow is the GOAT. But yeah, so you would think, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, we're creating all these charging stations for electric vehicles, and Trump's put a halt to all that. And you'd think, oh, that would probably hurt Tesla. No, this is just another example of how Elon Musk is benefiting from our tax dollars and from the US government, and Trump is continually doing him favors.
You might think that would be a problem for Trump's billionaire co-president, his largest campaign donor, Elon Musk, who runs the electric car company Tesla. But you know what? There's a reason he's not complaining. Quite the contrary. And it's because Elon Musk's company, Tesla, already has the biggest private charging network in the country, bigger than all of his competitors. So, as he posted on his social media site last year, quote, "Take away the subsidies. It will only help Tesla."
This is just a reminder that the biggest welfare queen in our country is Elon Musk. He's getting $8 million a day from taxpayers. The richest man in the world is getting $8 million a day from us.
Well, now Donald Trump has done just that, leaving Tesla unchallenged as the largest EV charging network in the country, with no one really having any chance to catch up to them. Then there's one of Musk's other companies, SpaceX, a huge government contractor. Back in December, the New York Times reported that the Defense Department's Inspector General had opened a review into SpaceX for potentially violating rules about keeping sensitive government secrets out of the hands of our foreign adversaries. Elon Musk's own foreign travel and his contacts with foreign governments had reportedly not been disclosed regularly to the U.S. government, which not only impeded his own security clearance, but also reportedly led, in part at least, to this Inspector General's security review of potential national security risks surrounding his companies and specifically him.
Again, the night of the long knives, the night all the Inspector Generals disappeared, It turns out all these people in some way were investigating Elmo. And we know, right? Like, we know what we mean by he's a security clearance threat. It's come out. It was the Wall Street Journal. It was Rupert Murdoch who reported that. Wait, what? Let me make sure I get this right. Like, Elmo was talking to Putin, who was talking for Xi, saying, "Don't move Starlink." This is government contracted stuff over Taiwan, so they can't have internet. And he's being investigated by inspectors general, and then they disappear.
Well, when Donald Trump took office, he fired that inspector general conducting that review, along with 17 other inspectors general across the government. Then there's Elon Musk's social media company, formerly known as Twitter. When Elon Musk took over that company, one of his goals was to turn it into a digital payment company. He wanted everybody to start using Twitter the way they used Zelle or Venmo to send money electronically. Starting this year, he announced a big new plan to do that. But, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the government regulator that makes sure credit card companies and banks can't charge you junk fees or unnecessarily hike up your interest rates and screw you over that way. The CFPB also regulates the kinds of digital money transfers that Elon Musk now wants to do at Twitter. And as Lever News points out today, the CFPB has just been finalizing new rules for that kind of payment system. When over the weekend, they got shut down. Musk.
Isn't that the weirdest thing, you guys? Do you think there could just, I don't know. I did take a couple statistics classes. This is outside the realm of possibility for this to be happening randomly at this point. Anybody who's crossed Elon Musk gets turned off. And I wanted to show this clip before we get into some more stuff about Congress, because the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, their only job is to protect us from predatory lending, from bank fees, from all the ways we're being defrauded by financial institutions. And the only reason to get rid of them is because, I don't know, you're being investigated by them. You don't like regulations that are protecting consumers from you. You yourself are a predator who are friends with other rich predators who want to prey on American consumers. That would be the only reason I could think of. So again, and I loved this. This was great. So they had, I don't know if you guys caught this, but because, it's not like Fox News is going to play it or any of these other places, but they had a rally and there's more and more protests popping up all over the country. I love the energy is flowing, right? And a bunch of Congress people were there fired up, like to defend the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the fact that it's being gutted. Oh, it was awesome. So I'll just show you like the best clips of people. Don't get me started on a political activist rally. Gigi, thank you for the $10. She said, I get all my news from love you. Love you too, Gigi. And I love that name. More importantly, love the name Gigi. They will deregulate anything. Our safety is not important to them. Yeah, there's no reason. And remember, Trump ran on, I'm going to cap interest rates on, predatory credit cards because that's predatory. Now the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is gone. Oh, it turns out everything Trump said was a sham. And when he says deregulation, what that's about is anything that's protecting us from corporations preying on us, from crony capitalism feeding off our life forces, Trump's going to do away with. Don't worry, guys.
I realized a rally a day keeps the fascists away. So we got to keep meeting like this, right?
Sorry, I just love JB Raskin. The rally a day keeps the fascists away. There's more than a rally a day going on in the U.S. now.
They want to say we got 3 equal branches. Really? Well, why is Congress in Article 1? Why are there 18 different sections laying out all the powers of Congress, including Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, which says all other powers necessary and proper to execute the foregoing powers. And then after all of that, you get to Article 2 about the president, whose core job is what? To take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Okay? Not frustrated, not thwarted, not destroyed. And the founders were so emphatic about that. In the 4 short sections in Article 2, one of the sections is all about how you impeach a president, okay, for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. If we're equal branches, why do we have the power to impeach the president and he doesn't have the power to impeach us, okay? Why is that? I wish
Guys, see the sides of the background. I like it because again, you can't really see this clip, but people have good signs at this rally. People are like, nobody elected Elmo. Like, there's all sorts of funny signs at this rally. But preach, JB Raskin. And God, there were some people's. Here come black women to save us all again. Man, there were some people on fire at this rally. The Progressive Caucus was pissed.
I come today because we put consumer protection over profit. I come today because we stand in faith. I come today because we stand with unions. I come today because we are the people, and it is about people power. I come today because I serve on the powerful Financial Services Committee, and Maxine Waters will always be my chair. I come here today to say that we come with our executive orders, the people's orders. I come today because we come with our notice to put on their doors, because it is the notice of the people. Why are we here? We are here because we understand that we have a job to do. The people's job, together. I come to do my black job. I come to tell you that black and brown people, $1 trillion since 2008 on illegal foreclosures. I come to say that corporate America, we stand with the CFPB, because you will not take our cars. You will not foreclose on our homes. You will not take over, because we represent the people's house. We represent people power. We represent standing standing with the people. So when you ask us if we will hold our vote, we will say to Elon Musk and we will say to Donald Trump, we are not afraid of you. Bring it on.
God, I love her. She's absolutely amazing. There were some people just preaching at this rally. It gives me chills. Yes, I've come to do my black job. And oh my gosh. And Latifah Simon, oh my, she's from California's 12th district. I could have cried watching this rally. It was amazing.
See, I have been there. I buried my husband over 10 years ago. He died on Father's Day of 2014, and I told him that night that I would tell our story every living day of my life. You see, when Kevin, who was a young black journalist, when we got married and we had our baby, we deeply believed that everything was in front of us. I, a young organizer, he, a journalist. He got a fellowship at Stanford, and 3 days before he was set to teach, he got a diagnosis that changed us forever. He was diagnosed with T-cell prolymphocytic leukemia, and he was given 3 days to live. We took the baby to grandma's, and I sat in his hospital bed every single day for those 3 days, and Lord, I thank every single doctor and healer who surrounded us. But let me tell you this, 2 years, we got 2 years, we got 2 long years, and my daughter remembers her father's face, but we, like so many folks, like the televisions that are watching us right now, we lost everything. Everything. The last thing we had left was Kevin's car after burying him, and it was impounded. I don't drive. I am legally blind. One of the disabled organizers in this country who will not give up. But when I think about folks like me who have filed for bankruptcy and who gave all that they have, and I think of the work of the CFPB, I have to tell folks, you have a Calvary. So let them work.
Yeah, and just so you guys understand, like, why this rally is so important, you know, the CFPB and the Democratic Party, which MAGA, like, just like those teachers we watched who were like, oh, I didn't vote for this. I didn't know this was going to happen to me. I voted for Trump, but I didn't understand. Yeah, one of the things the CFPB was fighting for so hard was to not put medical debt on credit reports. If you're wondering why she's screaming this, you know, Trump is now allowing medical debt to factor back into credit ratings. Do you know how hard they had to fight to stop having medical debt? Is it your fault if you have a heart attack? Is it your fault if you have a heart attack? Is it your fault if your husband gets a life-devastating cancer diagnosis? This is what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was doing. The only purpose they served was to protect us, to help us get easier, you know, to help us not be held down by credit scores, to have our stuff foreclosed on. Yeah, hereditary disease, chronic illness, all sorts of things. I mean, this is what Donald Trump has undone for his corporate overlord donors. So again, this is Latifah Simon. I think she's from California's 12th district. She's absolutely fabulous. Like, if you've never heard her speak before. And also, like, I love how she's like, I'm a disabled organizer who keep fighting. This unbelievably intelligent, genius, bright light of a black woman. These are the people that Trump is saying serve no purpose in our society and can't, you know, they're dragging us down. On Trump's best day, he could never. On Trump's very best day, he could never be Latifah Simon. Like, this is one of, like, the greatest minds of our generation. And then I have to hear Trump say, blind people can't think. Like, I physically can't, or black women can't do jobs as good as mediocre white men. Black women are the most educated cross section of this country. Like, we can smell your insecurity. Oh, I was just looking at Mel. Thank you so much for the $10. for the new name for Doge, condos for condoms finder. I know. And those condoms did end up being, we're going to get there. Condoms did end up being from Mozambique. So that obscure person I found that first, that was real. Like they were from that region in Mozambique. I know. And God, listen, I can't even. And this, oh yeah, I love, this was another good one. Great rally.
And let's hear it again for the great people of the CFPB. See, the thing is, Trump and Musk and their billionaire buddies know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. But there are millions of Americans who are just tuning in. So we have to let them know what we're standing up for. So I have a few questions for you. What's wrong with protecting consumers? Nothing. What's wrong with eliminating junk fees? Nothing. What is wrong with avoiding foreclosures? Nothing. What is wrong with making sure that banks don't take every single penny out of your account when you ain't got nothing in it? Not a damn thing.
Preach. This was like the best rally. And then I love Becca Balint. This is just really short, but Becca Balint for Vermont, she's
representing
great.
all of those folks back home in Vermont that cannot believe that the one place that they are looking to save money is the one place in government that is protecting all of us from the kind of fraudsters and scammers that are in the White House right now.
Yeah, and if you do that, actually, let me see if I can find it, because I did find a screenshot. Like it, and there's people doing the math on it. If you look it up, you can do it. I think someone was talking about the return on investment we get from USAID and how, yeah, these are net positives for us. We put our tax dollars into things and we get money back. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is one of those. Like Elon Musk has tweeted so many asinine things since he, got elected to his fake job no one elected him to. And I think one of them today was him saying, "Oh, we're gonna yeah, here we go." He said, Patrick Webb, this is Elon Musk sycophant, says, Elon Musk calls for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau remaining account balance to be returned to the American taxpayers. That would be like $4.50 per person. But if you do the math, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has returned over $21 billion to Americans who got cheated by scammy corporations. If you divide up the $711 million, that's apparently in their account, it's $4.50. But we are recouping our return on investment and then some. For every dollar we put in, we're getting more back. It's the same with the IRS. Everything Trump is doing is to stop billionaires and corporations from having to pay their fair share. We know our tax dollars that are invested in the IRS, we make money from those. We make money when we invest in the NIH. That's a return on investment. I think for every dollar we put in, we're getting like $2 and something cents back. If you can do math, that's a good investment. So for them to sit here and saying we're wasting, in fact, we are not. These are revenue positive places. Great job. We made it to 300K. Let's keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing amazing. So again, just know that, confidently know, whenever you hear them saying waste, fraud, and abuse, that's not what's happening. Just any protection between us and oligarch overlords, any protection between us and billionaires, any protection between us and corporations, they are tearing down. The NIH makes us money. All of that scientific research yields patents that we make money off of. It's delusional. We are in crazy town. And actually, well, we'll get into it. I have so many more things to say about this, but I found that at the end of the presentation. So let me find my place again. Oh, yeah. It's only getting better from here. Man, Hakeem Jeffries was on the House floor. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who we absolutely love, looking maybe one day, who knows? He could be president. We don't know, but I love him. And he was on the House floor just going nuts on Tuesday morning. When he gets on the House floor, it's like, it's like an Olympic sport. Like the Democrat, they'll all go and watch him because he's so good at it. There's time for like general speeches, like anyone can have 5 minutes, and he'll like go down there with his poster boards, and you just know you're about to see something amazing.
Last year, all we heard from my Republican colleagues was the need to do something about the high cost of living, while at the same time they ran away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist. This year, Republicans have spent all of their time implementing the most extreme parts of Project 2025 and have done nothing to lower the high cost of living.
Every single thing Trump ran on, he's done none of it. Make that clear. And everything MAGA you said you were being gaslit about and it was dramatic, that's the only thing they've done. The only thing they've done, it is exactly what you said Trump promised he had nothing to do with and didn't know anything about. You were conned. Sticking your head in the sand and justifying it in asinine ways does not mean it's not happening. How far do you want to sink here before you admit that you've been conned?
Single thing, not a single bill, not a single idea, not a single proposal from my House Republican colleagues to do anything about the high cost of living in the United States of America. Why? It's a Republican bait and switch. Part two of the Republican bait and switch is that their true objective is to enact massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations, just like they did in 2017. When the GOP tax scam was passed, where they set in motion legislation where 83% of the benefits would go to the wealthiest 1%. And now my House Republicans, our colleagues, are back at it. There they go again. Same plan. Nothing to drive down the high cost of living. Everything is about massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations.
No, this is coming out, right? Like they're going to have to reveal their plan. Like all of these tax cuts, everything. We're looming towards a government shutdown. Like they've been very secretive. They're going to try to force it all through in one big bill. And they're going to have to show their hand. I mean, not that they already haven't. I think it's very clear what's going on at this point. But yeah, I mean, the time's now. You want to see how little this is about making America great again?
In many cases, aren't even asking for it. And they certainly don't need the relief that everyday Americans need, that working class Americans need, that middle class Americans need, that all those people who aspire to be part of the middle class need. It's a Republican bait and switch. What's the final element of the Republican bait and switch? Enact these massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations and stick working class Americans with the bill. The nerve of this group of people who spent all last year lecturing the country about how they were going to do something to drive down the high cost of living, do nothing about it, are planning to enact massive tax cuts for their billionaire buddies, and then, as the final element of the Republican bait and switch, stick working class Americans with the bill. House Republicans have no plan to love and cherish Medicaid. Let's be very clear about that. No plan to love and cherish Medicaid. Their plan is to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid as we know it. And now with Republicans controlling the House, the Senate, and the presidency, it's their intention to try and do it. Just watch what happens at the Republican budget hearing that is upcoming in terms of what's proposed.
They have to show their hand, right? And we're going to get into these videos because what you're hearing also, there are Republicans making good points saying like, I don't care what Elon Musk is doing, like with Doge, it amounts to nothing. But the reason they're admitting to all this and saying Elon Musk is acting like he's cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, he's not doing anything, is because what they're really going after, right? There's only two pots. There's the military, where the real waste, fraud, and abuse is, or they're stealing from Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. There's from stealing from the poor. Those are the two buckets. I'll give you one hint what the conservatives are going to target. That's the only place real money can come from. And this comes from, I can't remember who said it in the comments. Sorry, I forgot. But someone asked, are you going to play the clips of David Schweikert? Yeah. David, I used to live in his district. David Schweikert is ethically and morally bankrupt. He wouldn't say that. He believes he's a God-fearing Christian, but man, is he awful. But yeah, I mean, he makes good points. Like, he's making the points I was sort of just touching on. So I'll just show you two parts of the clips. Like, one is just, I think PBS posted it, and then another is like someone on TikTok made one. So yeah, but he's just making the points of like, Doge isn't doing anything. But again, he's making these points for this upcoming budget hearing because what they want to do is attack Social Security and Medicare.
Department of Education salaries. So if you get rid of the Department of Education salaries, and I think this is all of them, is about $2.75 billion. So we just wiped down, remember, you still got to transfer the loan portfolios and all those things, but you just got rid of the employees. You just covered 9 hours of borrowing. 9 hours of borrowing. Am I starting to make a point on the scale of what we have to actually tell the truth and deal with? So
again, though, he's making a point for us, even though he's doing it for the wrong reasons. But whenever you hear them be like, we're getting rid of the Department of Education, the only thing that's doing is punishing underserved kids who need school lunches, Head Start, children with IEPs, disabled children, children on the spectrum, awful things are going to happen from that. But on the big scale, the Department of Education gets no money, right? There's only two big pots of money. And that's the point he's making. And Republicans want to attack Social Security, the social safety net, essentially, and gut it. And really what we need to do is get the waste, fraud, and abuse out of the military and all of these government contractors, billionaire oligarchs.
Have a little more fun here. One of my favorite ones, because I had this the other day, let's get rid of health care for those who are here illegally. Okay, now most of the math we did here is Obamacare subsidies for DACA recipients. We come up with about this is the emergency services for undocumented.
And I was going to say, like, he can't even read his own sign. Because when I first saw this, I was like yelling. I was like, that's not even what your sign says, you weirdo. But what I do want to point out about what he's saying, though, is that, please note what he's talking about. He is implying that if somebody is in this country and they're undocumented and they have a medical emergency, I don't know if we should not give them life-saving triage. I'm pretty sure that, do you know what I'm saying? I always I try to explain that to people, like, once you're in the US, like, that's called, it's, do no harm. Like, we help people who are in need of medical care. That's like saying if someone's here on vacation and you're not a citizen and you have a heart attack in a restaurant, we checked into it, they're not an American citizen, let them unalive on the floor. Like, David Schweikert is heartless. Trust me. We tried so hard. We had such a close race in Arizona to get rid of this guy, and he is still here.
So we calculate that to be about $2.1 billion a year. This is the emergency health care on documents. Okay, got you another 9 hours. So let's actually go to something a little bigger.
By the way, are you guys wondering why he has paper taped around like boards? Like what the F is going on, David Schweiger? Can you not just produce a poster board with graphics on it? It's like he taped like paper around a board. Oh, funny. I don't know.
Let's get rid of the foreign aid. Okay, foreign aid's gone. You got yourself a week.
So he's making the point I'm making, but for nefarious, horrific purposes, right? USAID on Fox News 24 hours a day, they're like, look at all this waste. It's nothing. It's 1/2 of 1%. 1/2 of 1%. And that's the carrot, right? These are just goodwill things we do to say, hey, don't get the money from China. Oh, China's offering you aid here. Let us get you things to treat HIV in your country. You know, it's the little bit of good we do. It's nothing compared to our huge military budget where we just use the stick to terrorize countries. It's just a drop in the bucket of goodwill.
How many times of those of us on the right, I've been in a debate with those of us on the right, I've been in a debate with
Sorry, I didn't do that. It's not my fault. It's TikTok Studio. But can you guys hear me now? Yeah. But again, so he's making the points for us. All the stuff, the whole press conference Trump did with Elmo saying we found it, the waste, fraud, and abuse. Republicans know. Real, actual conservatives bereft of any ethics or, empathy. No, that's not where the money is, right? You either have to rob the social safety net or you have to get the waste, fraud, and abuse from military contract, these huge military contracts going to oligarchs. You can choose one.
The famous pie chart. Everything a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed money. Every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed money. I think last fiscal year, $400 billion of earned benefits.
Now pay attention to what he says right here.
So let's actually now have the other thing where I'm going to start to really make a couple of my brothers and sisters annoyed around here. United States, according to the Census Bureau from last month, will have more deaths than births in 8 years. Not a single country in the world, and this is not just the United States, it's basically all the industrialized countries, and much of the world is way ahead of us in this almost dystopian collapse of there being young people. The other stupidity we engage in this country is we educate people in our fine universities, and we send them home to compete with us. Wall Street Journal today actually has an article on drug discovery and drug research and how fast China is basically competing with us now in new biologics and those things. And the basic premise is that we educated the very people that are competing with us because we sent them home because we're idiots. And yet I will get folks who will now, right now, pounding out texts saying, but I don't want foreigners in there. Do you want us to be able to pay your Medicare bills? Turns out, as an economist, you can't hit the number without a talent-based, STEM-based immigration system. You just can't. Because here's your problem. We built the models, so we're going to extend expensing for research and development, so we're doing things better, faster, cheaper. What happens when the very companies that are doing that, the research labs that are doing it, continue to show up in my office and say, we can't get enough people. We're being squeezed. We're going to have to do part of the research on the other side of the world. Have we lost our minds? Oh, but David, you can't tell that. That will upset someone.
So again, this man is like my arch nemesis in Arizona. If I could get rid of one person in the House in Arizona, it'd probably be, even over Andy Biggs, it'd probably be David Schweikert. But yeah, these are the same things I'm saying. How many times have you guys heard me say that we are in gross population decline? Right? That people, when Trump was on the campaign trail, I know I saw someone from the Detroit Free Press asking Trump and JD Vance, hey, like, we are in extreme population decline in Michigan. And like, we have had a lot of success supplementing our workforce with immigration. That is the only solution when you are in fact in population decline. You need able-bodied workers. I talk about this all the time. Like, this is why I had to stop debating on TikTok, because MAGA, no offense, could not find your way out of a paper bag. What the vast majority of able-bodied workers, where are they going to be by 2040? Africa, right? Not. The interesting part is the developed world seems to be in population decline, but not third world countries where brown and black people are. And meanwhile, what he's saying is because of bigotry, he's got to get calls in Arizona to be like, don't let the brown and black people in. Well, we're not producing children. Even if all of a sudden we started, forcing women to give birth, those children would still have to grow up. We are still in rapid population decline. These are simple math problems. And not just that, but now, because also MAGA, you don't know how to analyze data. You're like, school vouchers, let's bring Jesus into schools. Let's make our own kids dumb. Hey, just what we talked about earlier. That's why I went through that whole thing about Oklahoma, right? You have the MAGA of the MAGA-est superintendent of public schools drove reading and math scores into the ground in Oklahoma, and Governor Stitt had to clean half the board and appoint new people because he can't get rid of the guy who's doing it, but he can get rid of his henchmen. Because now kids in Oklahoma aren't learning. You're crippling your own kids, worrying about these culture wars. What's the answer? I don't know. You guys will have to start listening to people who can analyze data, or this will just get worse and worse. We'll cripple our own economy. How many times have I said mass deportation is biting off your nose to spite your face? Hey, I would like to cripple my own upward mobility because I feel insecure that brown people might be better than me, or I feel like they're taking something from me. I promise you, immigrants do not have your money. They never have had your money. The money is at the top of the economy. Oh, and we got to do Chris Murphy has been on fire this week, so I could probably play all Chris Murphy. This could just be a show to Chris Murphy. Thank you, Joy. Exactly. We do not have your money. Yes, and punch up. Stop stepping on people who are trying to pick produce in the fields. You guys are cowards. And when I say that, I mean that with my full chest. MAGA, no offense, you guys are. I've never met more terrified people in my life. You reek of insecurity. It's coming off you in waves. It's like a stench emanating from you. Like, punch up. That's where your money is. And how many times have this is why I had to retire as a debater on TikTok, because that conversations are asinine. Hey, well, can you acknowledge the money that billionaires have your money? Yeah. Well, why don't we? Do you think that we should do you think that we should close tax loopholes and create a tax structure, not to overtax them, but just so that they pay the same amount as you're paying? Well, if we do that, they might go away. Oh, from the largest economy in the world? Like, you cannot make sense. You guys are terrified. You guys are terrified to speak truth to power. You guys are terrified to ask for your own equality. They have you convinced that poor brown and black people picking vegetables in fields are your problem. And you're so terrified to just say, hey, I can see where my money is. Can you please give it back? Can you please make this more equal? You guys are terrified. And getting angry, screaming, being angry on the internet, saying cruel things, being bigots, it doesn't make you less terrified. Like, all you guys do is punch down. You guys are suffering, and instead of blaming the people who are causing it, following the money, as any sane person, just following the very obvious forensic accounting trail back to who has our money, you're like, let me look around here for some brown people or some gay people. Because they make me feel uncomfortable. Like, it's mind-boggling. It's truly mind-boggling. Let's get to 350K. We're almost there. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you guys so much for all your support. I do all this. This is my job, and I rely on your tips and donations. This is Cash App and Venmo. You can gift me. You can subscribe on Twitch, get a membership on YouTube, or subscribe on TikTok. However, your support is much appreciated, and this is a great video by Chris Murphy.
A social media post, a tweet from Vice President Vance this weekend. The last line is the most important. He says judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. This is very similar to posts that Elon Musk amplified over the weekend as well. But what J.D. Vance is saying here is that the executive has a right, or may have a right, to ignore a court order. What he says is judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Well, I guess technically that's true, but the question here is, what is a legitimate use of executive power and what isn't a legitimate use of executive power? That, in fact, is exactly what the courts are designed to do. The Constitution says that the courts have the ability to tell the president when he has exceeded his authority. And if the White House, if J.D. Vance is saying that the courts can't do that, then there is no check on executive power. And the heart of our democracy has been eviscerated. So I believe this moment is urgent, but this will go from a 4-alarm fire to a 5-alarm fire. If the White House decides at some point over the next several weeks to ignore one of these court orders and make the judiciary enforce it.
Not agree with this more. I think this is a great video. And again, join the Discord, the link in wherever you're watching from, Twitch, YouTube, X, TikTok. The link in my bio to my link tree has a link to join the Discord. We're going to be doing more and more stuff out of there. So definitely make sure you join. And every day, all of the links, the outlines are in the live sources section if you want access to any of these, or all of these replays post on YouTube. You can just screen record off there. If you're like, oh, I want to see that again or show it to someone, you can just get it off there. So yeah, there's many ways you can get access to this content, or just Chris Murphy is posting this stuff. Someone said he's kind of maybe Chris Murphy for president. I agree. There's a lot of people that are coming out of the woodwork and waking up and talking way more. I love what Chris Murphy's doing. It's great. So, but yeah, this is what the deal is. And I think he said it so plainly. And 24 hours a day on Fox News, we have people spreading misinformation about what how the Constitution works, what the framers intended, saying that the federal judiciary can't talk about the limits of executive power. Absolutely they can. That is their purpose. I know. You should be Chris Murphy is great. I've said this over and over again, but that's why I have so much from Congress. I love watching Congress come alive. And everyone, we're all coming. Actually, this comes from me being raised by a narcissist and growing up in pure chaos. And I'll say this, sometimes you don't know what you're made of until your back is up against the wall and you think everything is lost. Because that's when true heroes are created, right? And who knows? We might all be in the streets in a month protesting with our lawyers' arms written, the phone number written on our arms. Who knows how activated we're all about to get. But we're all about to find out what we're made of and how far we're going to allow a bunch of rich people to push us. And I mean, I think he's exactly right. This is why we need to monitor this. This is why I do the people's receipts, is to document the constant lie, the constant misinformation, the disinformation, and the reality of what is going on. Because as we know, right, day in and day out, every single thing that we said was going to happen now has happened. And I honestly, it's not that I thought Project 2025 was going to play out like a literal blueprint. I didn't think they were that stupid. But yeah, you never know how stupid. You never underestimate the hubris of mediocre white men. Truly. Never. Because they will always impress you with it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I am deeply concerned that we are headed towards a government shutdown, which is on March 14th. And it's not about whether Democrats or Republicans would win politically, because we know the American people will lose. But let me tell you why I'm deeply concerned that we are headed to a government shutdown on March 14th. I'm worried because the Speaker has not brought the 12 individual spending bills, the way we should fund the government. In fact, the problem.
And what we need to, I just want you to understand what you're doing, because, Jared Moskowitz plays chess, not checkers, so there's a lot of meanings to what he's saying, like he's calling out Republican hypocrisy. This will mean nothing to MAGA because they don't even know what their government promised to do or not to do. But one of the biggest lies ever sold by the fake conservatives in the House was, oh, Nancy Pelosi, she ruled with an iron fist and she would force these huge spending bills through, and we need to look at every single bill on a single case-by-case basis, and we need to bring it to the floor, and that's why we have to shut down the government. That's why we need to grind everything to a halt. That's why we're so nuts, is because we're returning things to how they should be, and that was their goal. We're going to do individual spending bills, and now Trump is going to force through this huge mega bus spending bill to fund the government that's going to cut taxes for the corporations and billionaires. And Jared Moskowitz is very ironically throwing their own promises and words back in their face and saying, who you all said you are, you guys are liars.
That was made by my Republican colleagues on how we would fund the government. Republicans have made the argument that the last election was about the status quo disappearing. It can't exist. People are fed up. They created DOGE, right? DOGE, which is going through the federal government and finding fraud, waste, and abuse, so they say, so they claim. But if that's true, Mr. Speaker, if Elon Musk and Doge has found all this fraud and waste and abuse, hundreds of billions of dollars, as they claim, well then, Mr. Speaker, we can't fund the government by CR anymore, because the CR would refund all of that waste, fraud, and abuse that Doge has found.
You see when you can follow a lie to logic? This is why I don't debate anymore on TikTok, because Jared Moskowitz is a lawyer who's just following a simple line of logic. Hey, you're saying and he's just conservatively saying hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. But he's like, I heard Trump say last night, $1 trillion they found of waste, fraud, and abuse. So you're saying you found it, you've discovered it all, and you're onto it. And then yet you're saying we're going to force a continued resolution to fund the same waste, fraud, and abuse that you guys have allegedly found. Now, do you see how that line of logic, if you're not idiotic, makes absolutely no sense? I mean, it's that simple. Like, MAGA, your logic has folded in on itself like a lawn chair. But they can't even get there. They're doing it. They're rooting out. If they were really doing it and they had found it, then they wouldn't refund the government the exact same way and continue it, right?
Which means the only way to fund the government is to fund it by individual spending bills. But we're running out of time, Mr. Speaker. We have a month before the government shuts down. We got to get back to the process of individual spending bills. If we don't, then the Speaker will be the one who will have closed the government for the American people. And so I'm concerned. I'm here to work with the Speaker on the 12 individual spending bills. Democrats are at the table to do that. But we have to be honest. We can't tell the American people we're for reducing fraud, waste, and abuse. We're for government efficiency. Look at all these things we have found. And then say, but we're going to refund them all with a clean CR. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise to say I'm here. I'm willing to stay weekends. I'm willing to work for the next month so that we can fund the government appropriately by the 12 individual spending bills, a promise that my Republican colleagues made. But the Speaker's got to start getting that train moving.
CR is a continued resolution. Like, that's how we fund the government. That's the legislature. Their job is to, especially the House, right? This is the House floor. The representatives that we elect, right? 485 or however. Sorry if I got that number wrong. My brain's a little slow this week. But we elect them to appropriate all of the money, the trillions of dollars. They are the appropriators. They decide where it goes. And the bills that they vote on to fund the government are called CRs, continued resolutions. Now, he is throwing the conservatives' own words back in their face. They said continued resolutions are corrupt because we know and have found trillions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. So the only way that we could, and he's saying if you know that and you found it because Doge found it, but then suspiciously you want to fund the government, you want to keep funding the waste, fraud, and abuse that Trump keeps saying he found, right? Like, he's just pointing out, like, this whole thing is a sham. You all are liars. And the conservatives used to accuse Nancy Pelosi of, oh, they're using CRs to fund the government and slip through all this waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, now he's saying you're controlling the whole government. You control the House, you control the Senate, you control the executive branch, you control the Supreme Court. You're saying you found all the waste, fraud, and abuse. And the way to root that out would be to not do a clean CR, right? Not a continued resolution where it's just, again, refunding the same alleged waste, fraud, and abuse that you guys have found. You would do individual spending bills and we would root it out. But they're not going to do that. They're going to shove a continued resolution through and continue the alleged waste, fraud, abuse. He's pointing out you guys are pathologically lying to the American people. It's just a high level. You know, he's a prosecutor. He's a litigator. He's very smart. He's almost too smart for his own good. So people, you know, I think very few people will understand how genius the argument is making. But I mean, yeah, that's basically, he has humiliated all you got. He just said, you guys are all liars. I know it. Everyone on the left that's trapped in Congress with you knows it. Kimberly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for your support. And Sarah, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for keeping me sane. It's symbiotic. This is a symbiotic relationship. We are keeping each other sane.
The gentlelady from Minnesota, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to begin. She says the American people voted for this. No, the American people didn't vote for higher bank fees. They didn't vote to have banks rip them off. Maybe.
If I hear that one more time, which I think tomorrow I might give a 20-minute talk and just invite MAGA to the live and explain to them the difference between a majority and a plurality. Like, that might be tomorrow's lesson. Somebody teach MAGA the difference between the definitions of majority and plurality.
They care about themselves. This is about tax breaks for billionaires, giveaways for their friends, and making sure the rich and powerful never have to sacrifice a damn thing. These people don't buy their own groceries or pump their own gas. These are Fox News Nepo babies that are fine with government waste as long as they're the ones doing it. And I'm just so tired of this, Mr. Speaker. They are stealing from the American people. They do not care.
Amen. They do not care. And I wanted to this is what Jim McGovern, the gentleman from Massachusetts. If Jim McGovern is your representative, you're so lucky. He's a genius. Love the man. But this is what he was saying on the House floor yesterday. And this morning, this clip is from this, like right before this live, even when you've lost Fox News on the price of food, right? Like, the wholesale price of eggs, wholesale, not what you're paying at the store, is now $8. And Trump is ignoring that, telling a bunch of lies, and consolidating power, his own power and wealth in the executive branch.
Egg prices are soaring. Last week, the average wholesale price for large white shell eggs reached $8 for a dozen. This is wholesale. Retail, it's higher than this. The previous all-time wholesale price was $5.46 back in December 2022. How much are eggs retail right now?
Right now, probably $11, $12, $13, $14. Which ones you want? Brown eggs, you want free-range eggs, et cetera, But they're in the low teens right now.
I've never seen anything like that. Well, $14 for a dozen eggs.
They're killing the chickens.
Yeah.
And
because of bird flu, right?
Because of bird flu. Now, let's ask the $64 trillion question. Is this another COVID crisis to greet President Trump?
Wow.
And we don't know that.
I'm getting anxiety already.
Put your finger in it. Tell us.
They're getting anxiety. When you've lost Maria Bartiromo, right? And Trump won't say a word about this. And by the way, the data we need, right, from the CDC about the actual bird flu pandemic, which if you're not knowing, it has moved to cows. It's now in bovines. It is rapidly spreading. This is not going to stop just with us having to cull all the birds in America, right? Trump was worried about the windmills unaliving birds. We don't need to worry about that. Trump is offing all the birds. And if you don't solve for the right problem, in the words of Ted Lieu, the problem still exists, right? Hiding data, ignoring a pandemic, an ongoing pandemic, and just pretending it's not happening is not going to help us. Oh man, Dan Goldman was on fire. Dan Goldman was pissed yesterday. I love Congress is pissed, and I'm here for it.
Who on earth would ever want to join the federal government now? If you are associated with a prosecution that the President of the United States does not like, you will be fired. You will be fired. What law enforcement system in a democracy allows or supports the President of the United States to order the firing of nonpartisan, highly trained law enforcement officers simply because they worked on a case that the president didn't like? That is banana republic shit. And that does
Love throwing Trump's own words back into that. Is some real banana republic shit. And imagine, like, think about your job. Like, who does anything they want to do with their job except for this is my job, so I guess I have the pleasure of doing what I want to be doing at my job. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you don't shoot. When I worked in the tech industry, I was like, oh, well, I have to go sell advertising to the automotive vertical in Michigan. Oh, this is what my dream. And then to think, oh, you sold advertising in Michigan, now you're fired because I don't like that. Like, nobody is doing what they want to be doing at their job. If you were doing what you want to be doing, you wouldn't be at your job. And that's the lesson that you get and public servants are underpaid, overworked. And now they're being lied about. In the words of Satan himself, Russ Vogt, they want to terrorize them into quitting for being underpaid and overworked. Ugh, make it make sense. Oh, and so Dan Goldman yesterday then went on Midas Touch, which was also awesome.
It's somewhat laughable for him to refer to all Democrats as corrupt when this is a guy who has taken over control of government contracts when he himself receives billions of dollars of government contracts. But because he's not an official government employee, he can evade the standard conflicts of interest rules that apply to all other government employees. And so it is the ultimate corruption where he is essentially getting access to the federal budget and getting to make recommendations or even decisions about what contracts should continue and what contracts should not. Do you think he's going to say, you know what, my contract is a little excessive, it's wasteful, let's cancel that? Of course not.
That's the reality. Nailed it, Dan. Someone said they were glad they voted for Dan Goldman. I'll say this, and I've said this before. I think Dan Goldman, I know I come off left is left, which I am left of left. I do think the amassing of insane amounts of wealth is a crime against the American people. But I do also think people with insane amounts of wealth can work for the public. And Dan Goldman's a good example of that. Right? He's one of the richest people in Congress, also was one of the Trump impeachment lawyers, is doing the people's work. Is if he wasn't on the Oversight and Accountability Committee, the work that Dan Goldman does for us is almost priceless. He is running. So yeah, he's the Levi. Jerry, I said this once before. He's the heir to the Levi. Well, I don't think there's one sole heir. The Levi's fortune is, in the family. It's a private company. But yeah, he's one of the heirs to the Levi's fortune. But still, he's a public servant helping us every day. Or who's the other example I was giving the other day? The governor of Illinois, Pritzker. He's a Hyatt, that's the heir to the Hyatt fortune. But you can still be a public servant and fight for immigrants and undocumented workers and the social safety net and public decency and the common good and equality and equity and have money, right? They don't have to necessarily be mutually exclusive. I am not obscenely opposed. Free market capitalism isn't the worst thing. I mean, as long as there's checks and balances, right? And I think Dan Goldman's an example of that. Yes, J.B. Pritzker. Thank you, Jer. I could not remember his name if I didn't say the first part.
Oh, cool. What's it called? It's called Doge. Oh, you named it.
Oh, and I don't know why this looks like this. I feel like it should be zoomed out more. So I don't know if something's wrong with this clip. But if you don't know, who Rathbone is, if you want to follow him, you might actually hate him. This is I am left of left. I, lived in the Amazon briefly. I visited actual communal societies. He is almost like a tanky, sometimes left of left. But he makes really good. If you want to hear a real communist socialist perspective, at times you'll probably be what? It's almost confronting. Follow him. But I think he does these videos where he's playing two different characters, and they're great teaching moments. And this is one of the best, most successful teaching moments I've seen of how corrupt, because Dan Goldman just said it, but this guy does a great job of just let me show you how flawed this logic is.
Oh, cool. What's it called? It's called Doge. Oh, you named it after the crypto meme coin. Yeah, isn't it hilarious? Why'd you do that? Well, coming up with original names is really tough for me. That's why I normally just buy things that are already popular. Oh, I get it. But get this, Doge actually stands for something. Okay, what does it stand for? The Department of Government Efficiency. Oh, okay. I like the sound of that. What's it gonna do? We're gonna get rid of bloated government spending. Oh my God, that's awesome. So you're gonna get rid of the $1 trillion military budget, right? Right? Or what about the billions of dollars in subsidies that our government gives these big tech conglomerate companies? Or I know, what about the $4 trillion our government borrows from rich corporations and billionaires and has to pay them back with interest instead of just properly taxing them?
You guys aware of that? A lot of our budget, we are borrowing money from billionaires and then paying them high rates of interest so they could just profit off of it, rather than just closing tax loopholes and making them pay their fair share.
I mean, we gave your companies $15 billion in subsidies in the past decade alone. In fact, come to think of it, the government gives you individually more money than any other American. And that's not funny. Hey, maybe Doge should just get rid of you, deport you back to South Africa. Problem solved. What you're doing is a crime. And I will arrest you. Well, look, as long as you're not getting rid of the funding for social services that millions of poor and vulnerable people in the United States depend on each year, then I guess we're okay. Wait, that's not what you're doing, right? Right? You don't understand. I've got to save humanity. Elon, you're the richest person on Earth. And your passion project is robbing more money from poor people? We're going to... Oh, cool.
Yeah, he says, we're going to bars. If you don't, his name's Rathbone, Rathbone, and I think it's backup. I think he is, I think one of his accounts might have went away. I'll write it in the comments. I think his original account might have gone away. I know, but again, like I said, he's left of left. He might actually... Oh, and this... Okay, so I think this is a great illustration, and now I just want to get in, to the farmers for Trump, right? I keep saying that I keep finding examples, right? While we're hearing this lie about waste, fraud, and abuse from the people who are wasting, defrauding, and abusing the American people, right? Let's take a look at people who voted for Trump who are not having such a great day.
Folks who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of this.
Frank, who did you vote for president? Mr. Trump. Right? Trump. Mr. Trump. If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump? No way. Couldn't happen. No.
You voted for President Trump. So now, in this moment, you say you're in a free fall. What is your message to him?
So I'm off the Trump train. Where I'm going for now is I got to protect my business.
A wheat farmer who says he's lost $400,000 since Trump took office.
I think there was a lot of people who voted for him that want to stay loyal to him, but it's going to get to the point where financially, if it's between supporting the president or losing your family farm.
You voted for the president?
Yes, I did.
And do you support these policies which might be hurting farmers like you?
Right now, we're the ones that are taking the hit.
I think he's sort of backstabbing the main people who got him into office in the Midwest, and he just left us down.
Folks who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of it.
To watch these people complain all day long. It's sadder when it's teachers that voted for Trump and then the kids aren't going to have any food in schools. But yeah, I mean, well, we're not going to have any food because the farmers. Yeah, thoughts and tariffs. Someone's they don't care. This, like I said, this $68 billion of USAID money, a lot of that is farmers, right? And it wasted. Oh my God, it's a lot. But again, they didn't know the leopard would eat their face. Meanwhile, the real waste, fraud, and abuse, government contracts going to billionaires, tech oligarchs, the military. Yeah, for some reason we're not doing anything about that. I just have to, again, I promised to try to break things up with lighthearted stuff. I just have to say, did any of you guys catch this yesterday? The Anna Paulina Luna. And I know some people would ask me, why do you call her Anna Paulina Lunatic? Well, that's because I watch pretty much every congressional hearing. So I know that one of the most clueless people in Congress is, in fact, Anna Paulina Luna. And you want to talk about a waste of we could talk about the millions of dollars that have been wasted on all these sham impeachment hearings. Now we're wasting millions of dollars of our tax dollars on congressional hearings that are going to be dedicated towards who unalived JFK. Yeah, this is real life. And not just that, but this Anna Paulina Luna thinks the Warren Commission is still alive. She had a press conference yesterday and basically implied she's about to subpoena a bunch of people to testify who are and not one of them is with us any longer. Great job, people of Florida who voted for this lady.
What sort of witnesses will you expect to have at your hearings? I know you said the first one's in March. Would that be department heads, former employees of various agencies.
Would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to say, based on what we're actually looking to do with the JFK investigation, I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination, and also people that had been on the various commissions looking into, like the Warren Commission looking into the initial assassinations. There's been conflicting evidence, and I think that even the FBI at the time reported some anomalies in the initial autopsy at Bethesda, Maryland. All of those, though, seem to have been rinsed and repeated in the media to push a certain narrative that we don't agree with. And so
Yeah, like stop funding the IRS. We get money back for every dollar we put in the American. We make money back. Stop funding the National Institute of Health. We make money back. We make two something for every dollar we funded to that. Stop doing that. Fund Anna Paulina Luna having a seance to contact the dead doctors who treated RFK when he was pew-pewed. Because that's what she's talking about. And I know you guys think it's crazy that I would say that she would have a seance, but if you knew how wacko she was, I don't know if she didn't know they were dead, or if she's like, we're going to, I'm in charge of this hearing and we're going to get a psychic in here and we're going to speak to him that way. Because she really believes in this stuff. I invite you all to, there was like a congressional hearing on UAEs, or, UFO, whatever the new word for UFOs is. What is it? Not UAE, that's the United Arab Emirates. What is it? What is the new, is it UAP? UAP. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah. And go watch her at that hearing. Like, I once showed you guys a clip of Lauren Boebert saying that, like, and this is something MAGA really thinks, right? They think that the sea is the sky and that the aliens are actually under the water in underwater. Yeah, I'm not joking. I like an Aquaman situation. She also believes this. So yeah, if I don't know if she didn't know they were dead, or she's going to bring in psychics so we can do like a, like calling them back from the Great Divide. I don't know. But I mean, this is real life. She believes there's federal secrets to uncover. She gets to head up with our tax dollars, a pointless task force for the declassification of federal secrets. I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination. So we will have to do that through seance. That's fine, though. According to Luna, for too long, the American spirit has been dimmed by veiled secrecy by a government that has grown too comfortable in the shadows, denying us the transparency we deserve. Oh my God. And I just want to show you this because, like, this is the conference I think I should go to. It's every year in Phoenix, and she speaks. America Fest. It's where Charlie Kirk gathers all the MAGA wackos together, and they say crazy things. Well, she said this at the conference. She basically said George Washington was visited by an angel who revealed the future and warned him of oncoming communism. This was in Phoenix. I watched it. I saw this speech live, and don't worry, I got the clip for you.
Before I go real quick, and I'm going to give you guys some homework to do tonight, just real quick show of hands, how many of you believe in God? Okay. I want you guys to look up on YouTube. There was a story that George Washington would tell, and then it's called George Washington's Vision for America. George Washington, prior to the Revolutionary War, was visited, according to George Washington, by an angel. And he showed him the outcome of the Revolutionary War. He showed him that there would be a civil war, the results of that, and that the United States would then expand from east to west and see great prosperity. But then after that, George Washington saw the last fight that the United States would face. And it would be a red plume of smoke coming from South America, but also coming from the east. Real quick, and just hearing that short information segment, how many of you believe that that red cloud is communism? I believe that too.
What kind of who raised their hand? Like, I mean, do we have an option? Like, I'm sorry. I just had to, because I just want you to know. I want you to know. I just needed you to see this. So, when I say she might have just meant a seance, like she could be bringing in psychics with our tax dollars to contact the doctors because she believes in this stuff. So I'm just showing you guys that me saying that maybe she knows they're dead. I have never seen like that clip I showed you of her talking about bringing in the doctors and the Warren Commission. God, there are the longest community notes I've ever seen on X, just correcting all of her lies in that press conference. It is insane. Like, here's just one example of one. Just like all these people are dead. And like, depending on what party clip, this is like a surgeon. He's like, Representative Luna also wants to bring in the attending physicians. Dr. Malcolm Perry, the attending surgeon in charge, died in 2009. And Dr. Kemp Clark, the chief of neurosurgery at Parkland, died in 2007. Well, nobody tell Anna, or like I said, she's just going to bring in psychics. We could just contact these people just like they know, all this stuff about George Washington. Don't try to make sense with these people is my point. Oh, JB Raskin was so good yesterday.
Yesterday, Donald Trump banned the Associated Press, a 179-year-old newspaper.
I put this in the Discord yesterday. So this was not yesterday. This is this morning, by the way. I put something about this in the Discord. Like, you want to tell me again how fascism isn't happening in this country? But because the Associated Press wouldn't comply with like Trump's Gulf of America edict, he's barring them like from the press pool.
179-year-old newspaper organization from the White House because it declines to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. This is straight up press censorship based on retaliatory viewpoint discrimination. Trump's DOD kicked out 8 news groups that had space in the Pentagon, but which asked skeptical questions of the new secretary, including the New York Times, NBC News, and the Washington Post, all ousted in favor of outlets willing to faithfully advance the party line of the state, like Breitbart and One American News Network. Yesterday, Donald
American, that's creepy Carrie Lake anyway, right? Isn't that One America? I just want Ronald, thank you for the $25. Thanks for your hard work and information. It's so appreciated. Peyton, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for your brilliant mind. You're the coolest role model. Much love. Oh my God. I don't know if you should look up to me, but thank you. That means a lot. Now, this is something very disturbing. I was talking about this in the Discord this morning because I was so pissed off. You know how there was a random Russian prisoner exchange yesterday? And they kept trying to get Trump to say what he gave them in exchange, and he won't say. Yeah, because no point in looking up this article, because the answer is nobody knows, because he won't say, because he promised whatever. This is Trump last night with this guy who was freed, Mark Vogel.
I mean,
what were the terms of this deal, Mr. President?
Very fair, very, very fair, very reasonable. Not like deals you've seen over the years. They were very fair. And I think that's going to lead, and somebody else is being released tomorrow that you will know of. But we wanted to get this done, very important. And Steve wanted to actually fly over and get Mark and get him home properly.
Steve Witkoff is like Trump's billionaire crony friend of also Putin, who went there to make some weird deal with Putin. That's who he's talking about when he said went there. He was there last night, like broadcasting from there. And he said not like the other deals before. If you mean like for other prisoner exchanges, we release the details, and then MAGA says no matter what, they're not good deals, but at least we said what the deal was. Trump still has never admitted, he's giving them parts of Ukraine. I mean, which is sort of trickling out. So again, remember I said Steve Witkoff was in Russia? This is him this morning speaking from Russia. This is Trump's billionaire cabinet, one of the billionaires in Trump's cabinet, completely unqualified to be doing the job he's doing. This is him. And this is the new party line. And if you look on True Social, I don't advise it for your mental health, but if you do, Trump is posting all these weird things this morning, being like, now Russia and the United States will be working together. We're a team. Like, that's why these prisoners are being released. Trump has sold us out.
First of all, I think you heard something very interesting last night towards the end of the press conference with the president. And of course, it's President Trump who pushes these buttons and gets these things done. But Mark also gave credit to President Putin. And I think for all the right reasons. There's a judicial system there. It works in a certain way. But at
the man, now imagine this propaganda that we're watching unfold in front of us. The man who Putin has been imprisoning for years on false charges, we freed, and they make him thank Putin in the White House for imprisoning him. This is America now. This is Donald Trump's America.
At the end of the day, none of this happens without President Putin and President Trump together forging this pardon and this release. So he commended President Putin, and I commend him as well this morning.
Steve's hoping to leave Russia alive, is what you're hearing here. Steve's begging for his way out of Russia. It's like when Tucker Carlson was in that grocery store being like, look how great this grocery store is, just hoping his plane will take off and he's allowed to return to the United States. But this is the Republican Party. This is Donald Trump's cabinet making American citizens who have been falsely imprisoned in Russia thank Putin for their imprisonment. Now, let's just talk about what was happening quietly, right? This is last Friday. You know what Trump did do? Had Pam Bondi do? Disband the task force, right? What we've been doing is we've had people in the DOJ going after Russian oligarchs, confiscating their yachts and their other riches, right? Last Friday, Trump disbanded that task force. Trump is doing all of these favors for Russia, right? Remember when he first got into office and he's like, I know how I'm going to end the Ukraine war, tariffs. And I was like, well, that's already going on. We're already doing everything we can to sanction, to tariff, to take their, to make it impossible for them to do business in Western civilization. And Trump secretly is disbanding that. Bending over backwards. And you can read more about that if you want. And then this morning, creepy Pete Hegseth, this morning, just saying the truth, like, hey, we're going to give them part of Ukraine.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
This is real. And where is Marco Rubio? Why are you even talking about this? Marco couldn't bring himself to fix his lips to say it because he used to support Ukraine. Trump bending over backwards. That's the thing about narcissists. All talk, never actually tough when it comes down to it, right? Joe Biden stood up to Putin. Just saying. Oh my God. We don't even need to go into this, but I just cannot take Alina Habba, failed lawyer who couldn't introduce an exhibit when she was the lawyer on Trump's, the E. Jean Carroll, the second defamation suit. Sorry, it's hard to keep all of Trump's court cases straight. And she couldn't even figure out how to introduce an exhibit into evidence. Well, she was on Fox driving me crazy. So many because Trump has so many people lying for him. And because of community notes, all these people are just being fact checked in real time for their lies.
Separation of powers. It's a really novel idea, but our founding fathers created a document, the Constitution. There's a separation of powers for a reason. The executive branch is the ultimate authority on federal issues. And we have rogue judges who are trying to stop members like Doge team, Bessent, from doing their job. And that's to protect taxpayer dollars, to look at what we're doing with spending, and to run the federal government under President Trump.
So here's what
Yeah, so that's not true, Alina. And she got community noted all over the internet. The executive branch is not the ultimate authority on federal issues and this is a lawyer. Like, you didn't even go through like constitutional law or can't remember, or you're a pathological liar, or it's a combination. Based on watching what she was doing in court, I think it's a combination of both. She could not find her way out of a paper bag to save her life. And this is just like, hey, if AI can tell you, Alina, you could open your phone and they could AI can just pump it out for you right there in no uncertain terms that exactly what you just said, the exact opposite of reality. And the people on Fox are like, yeah, that makes sense. This is our education system at work. Like, you can easily just Google all these things and find out that you're being lied to, or you have to sort of want to be lied to. Now, I just want to say, I don't know why Jessica Tarlov says that Elon Musk is a scientist. I mean, I don't know. If he's a scientist, then I'm a famous historian. So I don't know, but she does make a good point yesterday on Fox. Like I'm saying, the return on investment, like when we put our tax dollars into the NIH, we make money.
What's Elon Musk going to do with Social Security numbers or anything else?
Well, I think there are two issues at play. The constitutional crisis here is that Congress has been subverted. So these are congressionally appropriated dollars. And we've seen this over and over again in the federal judges that have ruled on this. They're not saying that there aren't programs that don't deserve to be axed. They're saying that these aren't dollars that the executive can decide what to do with. There's a process to go through. On the accountability front, yeah, we have a government accountability office. We also have a big spending database where you can go in and you see where the dollars are going, and they should have conversations about programs that have got to go. But Elon Musk, he's not a forensic accountant. He's a scientist and one of the most brilliant people to have ever lived, for sure. But he has a number.
Yeah, he's not. I don't know why she's saying that, but that's because you can rewrite your bio all over the internet, I guess. People believe that. Like, he got 2 undergrad degrees. Like, some of the dumbest people I know have undergrad degrees. Some of the smartest too, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't mean anything. He never even got a master's. Like, what are you talking about?
Of minions who have not passed the same level of security checks that they should have in order to have access to that information. And I don't know what they're going to do with.
No, I know he's paying people to say it. He has wiped the internet of all facts about him. After I saw her say this, I'm like, oh my God, like, are they making her say this? Because she's not saying it sarcastically. And I'm like, it's amazing to me how Elon Musk has rewrote history. He got a physics degree. Like an undergrad degree. He never even got a master's. Like that is not a scientist make. Sorry.
Social Security number, or what they're going to do with Head Start or Medicaid or Medicare or anything else that they have access to. But the point is that they shouldn't. And you see that, like, the big one from over the weekend was the freeze on the NIH spending. So I understand that there might be some overhead costs, the quote unquote indirect costs that you think are too high. But going to them and saying that indirect costs have to come down to 15% would completely hobble American innovation.
But without Elon Musk, we wouldn't know of any of this stuff.
But
money going for transgenders.
But I'm not talking about, I just said the NIH. I said the future of cancer research. For every dollar that the NIH grants out, you get $2.46 back, and they generate $93 billion a year.
Trump
and then you have
So just to be clear, for all MAGA who consider themselves fiscal conservatives, even though that's a joke and a lie at this point, that's a good investment. For every dollar we put into the NIH, we are making money back. Making it, I know, and Judge Janine's ruined everything, but I won't stop. She won't stop talking. But that is the ratio. So we are making money from the NIH, making it, not losing it, and no one is paying for operations in Guatemala. Like, they can't say the condom lie anymore, so I guess we've moved on to this lie. Like, literally, the lie is just that they keep. Oh, and I was just asking Apple Intelligence. Elon Musk attended Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, and transferred to the University of Pennsylvania, right, where he earned 2 bachelor's degrees in economics and physics. He later dropped out of a Stanford University program. Like, he never even got a master's. So I just want to be clear. I don't know what makes him a scientist. Oh my God, I love this. More MAGA regrets. I know you guys love this, but can I just have you guys? There's compilations all over the internet of people being like, I regret voting for Donald Trump. I could watch these for the rest of my life and then laugh. Thank you, Tracy, for the $20. Breaking it all down for us. Learn so much from you every time I listen. Don't make me cry. I know he just dropped out. I know he didn't. I'm aware. Elon Musk is not a scientist, and the fact that we're saying that, I just love how if you have enough money, you can be whoever you want to be. Though.
In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
As a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man.
I am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, and now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice. I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Trump right now.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know the first one's a joke, but I just love these compilations people make. I could watch them all day long. They're all over the internet of people just... I don't know why I don't get these videos on my own For You page. I need to, because actually I don't search that much on the internet. But again,
Me. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Slow it down now. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my face. Well, I turned my back on my own kind, but I somehow thought that I'd be fine. No, I never thought the leopards would eat my
someone told me to give Francesca credit. Yeah, you can't play people's copyrighted music on the internet without revenue sharing. So I hope people aren't accusing me of stealing someone's music, because why would I do that? It's illegal, and I would be in trouble for that. That's why I play it. It's because then you can revenue share with people that create the music. Well, you can share her handle in the comments if you want to. It takes me hours to make outlines. I've shared it several times. All of these replays are reposted after. Sometimes I can't constantly do that. So if you want to share her handle every time I play the music, then you can. But I can't do it every single time. But yeah, I have many, many times, and all of these replays are available on YouTube, where there are very strict copyright laws and you can't steal people's intellectual property. Oh, this is a good one.
Who wouldn't trade our current environment for America's 1870s tariff-driven, becandled, tuberculosis-laden, pre-industrial heyday?
We were so wealthy, we had commissions set up what to do with all the money that we were taking in.
Quick point of order, though. To the extent that we were at our richest from 1870 to 1913, it wasn't so much we as like 4 guys. And we called them robber barons as a sign of affection. Meanwhile, the rest of America, the leading cause of death was falling into a vat at work. And it got to the point where even the robber barons realized that the only way this glorious era in American history was going to end was either full-scale f***ing revolution or reasonable compromise, which is how we ended up with stuff like income tax and labor laws and workplace safety guarantees. So let's really tread carefully in the greatness wayback machine.
Arizona House Republican Eddie Biggs introduced a bill this week that would abolish OSHA, a Department of Labor agency tasked with overseeing workplace safety.
To the vats! And fill
from Arizona. This is the waste, fraud, and abuse, right? That's meant to help us, right? Like the regulations that keep accidents from happening in factories. We should do away with those. That's waste, fraud, and abuse.
With boiling tallow, boy. What? Why not just bring back child labor while you're at it?
When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that.
You were picking berries in a field before your bar mitzvah? I mean, by the way, how old are you if you were picking berries before there were child labor laws? Because you look great. Is the key to good skin working the fields as a child? Now, I hate to bring this up, but if we are going back to the 1870s and before, does that include every diversity initiative?
Birthright citizenship was, if you look back when this was passed, made, that was meant for the children of slaves. This was not meant for the whole world to come in, everybody coming in, and totally unqualified people with perhaps unqualified children.
Don't bring us your tired and poor huddled masses. Do you have any mathletes?
Just say, because Jon Stewart didn't make this joke, but when I heard that, I was like, he's like, they didn't mean it for unqualified people, their unqualified children. You mean like you, Donald Trump? Do you mean like you and the rest of the Nepo babies you appointed into positions that they're not qualified for? You mean your unqualified children running around? Like, what are like the hypocrisy? Like exactly the narcissists are always pretty like, oh, the unqualified your children that you'd secretly know are your own. those unqualified children. Like, okay, cool. Like, I can't with these people. What is this? Sorry, I forgot what this clip is. Oh, why does it look like this? I hate when this happens.
Committee wants to empower.
Oh, because this is really good. Okay, so if you guys don't know, yesterday, there's this whole fraudulent, weird thing is happening. Trump signs an executive order, when he's hanging out with Elmo in the White House and Elmo's acting all weird and he has his toddler there. Well, the reason that was all happening is because Trump is signing an executive order to give Doge more power to, make things easier for billionaires and corporations. And so today, and ironically, he does that last night. And today, this morning, which I'll have more clips of it tomorrow, was the first Doge subcommittee congressional hearing run by Margarine Taylor Greene. Like, it's an absolute S show of unbelievable S just pouring out of the sky from all directions. And Robert Garcia was awesome.
The richest person in the world to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends. That is the attack that is happening in this committee and across this country, and it's important that we call it out. We also know, of course, that Elon Musk is sending his unqualified Doge staff to carry out this agenda across all these agencies. And in some cases, actually teenage staffers. No accountability, no experience, and problematic records. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably a minor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Robert Garcia is my hero. He's the former mayor of Long Beach, and he's been terrorizing. I love that he got on this committee, like, because the fact that he got onto the committee, so, because I talk about this all the time. Robert Garcia, his name's near margarines in the alphabetical order, and they, and he, like, terrorizes her. Like, he follows her from committee to committee. They were on, like, Department of Homeland Security together. They were, like, on the COVID committee together. And he just mocks her endlessly. And the fact she finally got her own stupid subcommittee and now he's there to continue embarrassing and terrorizing her is just a thing of beauty. And that's hilarious. And this is like allegedly, right? These are the checks and balances. This is the man running the House, the head appropriator of all the funds that Doge is trying to steal, or Doge is doing God knows what with. And this is Mikey J in the halls of Congress folding like a lawn chair, like anything Trump wants. This is supposed to be a check and balance against the executive branch.
Should the White House comply if the federal court orders them to do something, such as destroying the records that they downloaded from the Treasury Department?
Well, look, there are appellate processes and all of that. I haven't followed the latest on the litigation, but obviously we have systems that have to work. We're fully supportive of what the Doge effort is doing and what the president is doing. It's a very aggressive agenda that was promised to the voters. Remember, he's delivering on campaign promises right now. We are going to be codifying a lot of these changes, and what they've uncovered is frankly shocking. This is a good development. I wish the courts would allow the executive and the legislative branches to work.
This is a constitutional lawyer. Mike Johnson is he's a lawyer. So imagine being so terrified. This is what I say, like, are we going to stand up to Trump? How long do grown men take to grow a spine? How long do conservatives take to grow a spine? That's the question. However, they're going to have to grow their own spine. Thank you so much, Political Tea, for the $10. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah, these are the people that are going to have to grow a spine. So however long it's going to take to spontaneously begin growing one. And again, I was talking about this fight. So Mike Johnson is on Team Trump and Elon. Whatever they want, whatever he just doesn't want to be impeached, or a vote of no confidence to be called against him, to be ousted, I shouldn't say impeached, as speaker. So he just, anything Trump, anything Elmo wants, Mike Johnson's going to give him. And then the other side of this faction that's brewing over this funding the government fight is the Free Dumb Caucus and Lindsey Graham. And so I cannot stand Ghost Bust Clay Higgins from Louisiana, but Clay Higgins was wandering around in the snow last night, pissed off at Mike Johnson. And I just think it's a funny clip because they're mad that Mike Johnson won't separately fund immigration early and he's sticking with Trump because, they're deficit hawks. They want to try to make sure that they're cutting spending, which Trump just wants to ram it all through because he's not a fiscal conservative. Get it.
It's Tuesday night in D.C. Things are not going well with our budget negotiations. We'll see what happens. I haven't read the final details. No one has of the bill they intend to bring to the floor on Thursday. But the bottom line is that it appears many of my colleagues have backed up from the promises that we made to restore fiscal responsibility to our country. And some of us are not going to back up from that promise. So we'll see what happens. I'll keep you posted. But it's a fight. It's a fight. And I'm in it. Oh.
Like, Clay Higgins is the weirdest. Clay Higgins was like thrown off like 5 police forces. Like, you could look up look up Clay Higgins' history. This man is an awful person, for like a representative from Louisiana. He's convinced that J6, was an inside job by the FBI, and he knows that because of the ghost buses. He's convinced that we're full of FBI agents. But like, isn't this video weird? It almost looks like the start of like a video game or something. Like, he's wandering around DC like mad at Mike Johnson because The Republicans are in control of the entire government. They can't agree on one thing. This is an absolute S show. He's like filming himself wandering around in a blizzard complaining about Mike Johnson. Like, you guys have all the power you always wanted, and you're still fighting each other, doing nothing. Like, it's Clay Higgins. It's Representative Clay Higgins. I feel like I said his name like 20 times.
Just enacting your agenda and looking for waste is now something that requires a nationwide injunction to stop. Congress has got to step in on this nationwide injunction issue. I think that's like right up there with election integrity.
Well, let's keep in mind, I've got to be quick here. The president beat lawfare when it was going after him when he was a candidate. The president's going to beat this, in my opinion. Yes, I think he should take a page out of Andrew Jackson's playbook. At some point, J.D. Vance is right. When J.D. said, hold on, you can't have a judge step in when the president is exercising his constitutional authority. Imagine if a
No, that's absolutely the job of the federal judiciary. So J.D. Vance is wrong. Laura Ingraham couldn't find her way to have a paper bag, and now we're all like, it's amazing watching Republicans deny the plain writings of the Constitution. It's fascinating.
Judge said, Mr. President, as commander-in-chief, you can't bomb this particular city or this certain area. You can't do that. You got to give the...
Yeah, they do say that. Have you ever heard of JAG officers? You understand how the military works before you engage in combat, that there's legal proceedings and rules of engagement and what you can and can't do? Yeah, that does happen. Like, what the... Ask Lindsey Graham. Wasn't Lindsey Graham a JAG officer?
President the ability to be the chief executive. I hope he'll continue to do that. Congress, by the way, we need to make his executive orders permanent. We need to pass laws to back up his agenda. We need to move quickly to do that, and then we can stand behind the president. But the president's right to say he'll follow the law, but the Constitution matters too, and he can do his job.
Watching them all fold like lawn chairs. Chip Roy was holding out on Trump, remember, like funding the government. And this is Russell Vought. This is the director of the Office of Management and Budget. This is the scariest Republican. This is the guy who's holding up all the funds, that wrote the chapter of Project 2025 of consolidating the power in the executive branch, the self-professed Christian nationalist who doesn't want women to vote. This is him.
You know what? If Congress says build a bridge for $1 billion and Mr. Trump says, no, I can do it cheaper at $500 million, why not impound the unused $500 million?
Well, look, Larry, the president has recognized that 200 years of presidents had the ability to impound funds, and as a result, we're able to do a far better job of being able to control costs. And what we see at the end of the fiscal year is agencies have the normal bureaucracy approach to use it or lose it. But what the Impoundment Control Act does is come on and say, look, if you're trying to save money in the end of the fourth quarter and do things smartly, oh my gosh, that's something that is a violation of the Impoundment Control Act. And what we see at the end of the fourth quarter is flat screen TVs and copy machines in the halls of every agency because they're just trying to push it out.
So again, this is now the architect of all of this, which basically he wrote this chapter, which again, someone was highlighting that, in the comments successfully, that everything he just said is incorrect, which is true. You could just read the Impoundment Control Act to understand that what he said was false. But I also like this. Someone posted this. This is the chapter that Russ Vought wrote. That's who was just talking. This is Project 2025. He wrote the chapter on basically invalidating the power of the legislative branch. This is his textbook, and now he's on Fox News lying about what he's doing and saying it's over copy machines and flat screen TVs. This is over cancer research. This is over Social Security. This is over the Treasury payment system. This is over laws and regulations about how funds are appropriated. It has nothing to do. First of all, how old are you, Russ Vought? Nobody is barely even using copy machines. But yeah, why didn't you say fax machines? Make it make sense. This is not. But that's the narrative on Fox, which none of those people will ever look into. So that's why we just have to wait for all this to personally affect their own lives, like we're seeing in these videos of people being like, oh, I voted for Trump, but I'm a teacher at a Head Start preschool. It's like, yeah, Surprise. Oh my gosh, this is one of my favorite clips. Okay, I'm so glad we made it here because I know this has been a long lesson today, but what? Oh my God, I almost forgot his name. Greg Kassar, right? He's one of I'm going to get it wrong. Is he the whip or is Maxwell Frost the whip? Anyways, he's either the chair of the Progressive Caucus. I can't remember. He's in the Progressive Caucus and he's absolutely fabulous. And he's on that Doge subcommittee today where everybody was just losing their minds. And he had one of the best sound bites. Like, you're going to love this.
5 inspector generals that were looking into Elon Musk's companies were fired by the Trump-Musk administration. These inspector generals, who are independent, protected by law, they are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk. At the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to protect workers from getting their unions busted by folks like Elon Musk, made functionally broken by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that really is the Department of Government Efficiency for Elon Musk, not for you. They are trying to shut down the Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts? No. The answer is $8 million a day. Just last
$8 million a day. We are giving the richest man in the world $8 million a day. Can we start there with waste, fraud, and abuse? He's elected himself to decide what we need and don't need. Let's start with him. $8 million a day of welfare to Elon Musk. I would like to start with cutting that. Yeah, but exactly. And he makes this point. I know. Sorry, I'm going to just go back a little so we can really get the punchline because he really hammers this home at the end.
Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts? No. The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day.
Boom goes the dynamite. I love this man. Love this man. Keep it up, Progressive Caucus. I love that they all got this committee and are going to hammer Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes, all of these replays, I'm live on YouTube right now, live on Twitch, and all of these replays are posted to YouTube. So anything you want to screen record, cut out, use for yourself, yeah. And then again, join the Discord, and then the links of where I got the individual things, which are a little confusing, and they mostly come from X, and I know most people don't like to be on X, but yeah, and I try to, best I can, document all the links of the things I go to in the live sources section in the Discord. But yeah, I'll go over this hearing more. This was going on in real time, like right before this live started. And I was just like fascinated by it because they were hammering. Jasmine Crockett, she was going off. And like the best part is, imagine this is Marjorie Taylor, like Marjorie Taylor Greene thought she was going to be like the head of DHS. Like she wanted to be Kristi Noem. And this is her like sad, pathetic, actually has no power consolation prize is this fake subcommittee. And if you don't know, like we already have a committee that roots out waste, fraud, and abuse. That is the job of Congress. It's called the Oversight and Accountability Committee. That is literally their job. Now, that is James Comer's committee, right? And then they created this pathetic fake subcommittee called the Doge subcommittee that they put Margaret in charge of because she was mad that she has no real power. And now all these Democrats are there just calling her out left and right. It is I mean, and Elon Musk, which is most important. But imagine that. Elon Musk is getting $8 million of welfare a day, and we're going after grandma's $65 a day. I think that is just a beautiful way to position it and a beautiful story to tell. But we're worried about grandma's $65. Have you ever tried? I lived in South America. It's hard to live in South America on $65 a day, like, let alone. Thank you for following me on YouTube. Everyone subscribe on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, follow me on TikTok. I suspiciously keep losing followers. Oh, I see. You did subscribe on YouTube. Thank you for everyone who subscribed today on YouTube. Who knows what will happen to TikTok? Thank you, Rainey, for the $30. Love your big, beautiful brain. Thank you. That's the nicest compliment. That is literally my favorite compliment. I put this last night in the Discord, but like I said, I promised to break up the horrible news. Midas Touch is like tracking Donald Trump's face color like it's a terror threat alert every day, and I find it hilarious. Like, they posted this yesterday. Donald Trump's face color today registers as color hex, aptly named Dusty Amber. Definition: Dusty Amber is a muted and earthly shade of orange, reminiscent of sun-baked clay and dry leaves. Oh my god. Like, it's so like, this was the color of him yesterday. This is not, I did not enhance this. I did not saturate the color. My skin tone is natural, right? Like, you could see, or I mean, I am multiracial, so like, I'm just saying. How are you this color, sir? Like, I'm just comparing. Like, if you want something, I'm many different colors because of my multiracial skin, but I'm just saying, like, that is not a normal color to achieve. That's what I'm trying to show. I'm like, who is painting this guy? And again, I'll keep pointing this out until the day I die, but these are the conservatives. Nobody wears more makeup than conservative men. No one. These people, no one has more filler. No one has more makeup on. I don't know if they're all using the same makeup artist. They need to fire them. But these are the people that say that we can't read children's stories with makeup on, like are upset about drag time story hour. Meanwhile, they're in full drag 24 hours a day and terrible drag. Like, you guys look awful. Get a new mate. There's got to be someone that can get you right. Like, you're the president of the United States. We can't get someone to do something about this. This is the best it can get. I do not believe that. Like, there's got to be some way that we can do something about this. Like, and meanwhile, hey, nobody with makeup on reads stories to kids. Meanwhile, this horror show is in the White House. Like, I'm sorry. I just can't. I'll never get done. And this is what I was talking about, right? That embarrassing press conference with Elon Musk, the most mature person, which was his toddler, and Trump. Trump won. It looked like he was so pissed. And actually, I think, is it in this article? No, it might be. Wait, I don't think it's in here. Wait, let me look. Because actually, it was Lawrence O'Donnell, and I have it recorded, but I didn't screenshot it. I like this headline. This came from the Daily Beast. Trump humiliated in the most powerless image ever of a U.S. president. That's a quote. They are quoting Lawrence O'Donnell. So if you record his show, I love Lawrence O'Donnell. Lawrence O'Donnell, you want to meet an investigative journalist and a genius, Lawrence O'Donnell rips Trump to shreds every night on his show. I highly recommend recording Lawrence O'Donnell's show. But there was an interesting stat, I guess, that he gave here. Yeah, here we go. During a press conference in the Oval Office in which they claimed, without providing a single piece of evidence, to have uncovered billions of dollars of government waste and fraud, Musk spoke 3,666 words to Trump's 2,487. This is the richest man in the world who has wandered in from off the street commandeered access to treasury payment systems where trillions of dollars and American citizens' private information and goes and like holds court in the White House. And if you saw any of these clips, is the most awkward, the weirdest, just it's deranged. I put some clips in the Discord because I was just like, what is this? Like, it is like a slow motion train wreck. Listen to how this is described. He stood over Trump while the president sat behind the Resolute desk, delivering a picture of presidential subservience, the likes of which we have never seen, the most powerless image of a president of the United States ever created by camera. Boom goes the dynamite. I'm going to have to read. Maybe I'll go find this clip of Lawrence O'Donnell saying this and see if I can find it. But I just happened to read this article and I was like, man, Lawrence O'Donnell is cruel. But let's just watch a couple of clips of the orangest man on earth and his weird, the president standing over him and the toddler, who's literally the most mature person there.
Hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. We want to weed out the corruption, and it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's a very serious, I think it's a very serious violation.
I know that's a short clip, but I think it's always important to highlight this. This is what happens, right? Trump is trying to do a grift, right? Trump saying, hey, any of the checks and balances, I don't want to be investigated. Elmo doesn't want to be investigated. Any of these inspector generals that can catch that what we're doing is wrong, we're going to fire, we're going to disappear them. They're no longer going to work here. We're up to a grift. If anyone calls it out, right? If a federal judge is now pointing out that I've done something illegal, well, now we need to investigate that judge, right? If anyone points out I'm a grifter committing a crime, then we turn the suspicion on them for doing their job and we investigate them. That it's textbook Queen's mob boss. Oh, I'm committing a crime. Maybe you're committing a crime. Investigate the investigators.
Democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, you would have to, if you sorry. Tell you gravitas.
This is like Two Men and a Baby. Like, is this like the start of some horrible movie? It was like, this has to be one of the saddest moments in American history. I mean, truly, like, we have to laugh so we don't cry, but this was truly, like, Lawrence O'Donnell was pissed because, yeah, this is sad. This is pathetic. His kid's name is X. That's why, so he called his kid X. That's his kid's name.
Sorry. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have?
Do you understand the hypocrisy of the statement this unelected bureaucrat just made? Like, he literally just said what the problem is with exactly what he's doing. The projection of narcissism, it's like they can't help themselves. They're like, hey, I'm going to list my own crimes while pointing the finger at somebody else. I'm going to go down a list of all the crimes I'm committing in real time and point the finger at someone else, and maybe you won't notice it's me. Yeah, what role does democracy have if some unelected weirdo wanders into the White House and takes over? That's a great question that we should all be thinking about. I don't know. Like, it's wild. It's like we're in the Twilight Zone 24 hours a day now. Like, this literally looks like something like out of, what is that show, The Twilight Zone, where the guy I've just seen clips of the black and white where it's like out of the frying pan into the fire. This is like a Black Mirror episode that none of us can get out of. Like, that's what I feel like. Turn it off. Is the episode over? Can I wake up from the nightmare? Oh no, it's just part 857. Don't worry. Day 23, guys. Hasn't even been a month. Has not even been. I know this actually is giving credit to the multiverse theory. It's like, get me out of this timeline. I loved, and man, if you look up these clips on X, the comments are so insane. Trump looks super annoyed by Elon, who is acting like a freak. If you didn't watch this whole press conference, it's like you want to like crawl out of your own skin because it's so awkward. It's like you cannot watch the screen. It was like I was like shriveled up, like, ugh, you literally can't watch. It's so weird. Mehdi Hassad was like, 10 years ago, this scene would be unthinkable. 4 years ago, this scene would have been unthinkable. And yet, here we are. It's amazing what stupidity will get you.
Yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the...
I put part of this clip of the Discord yesterday. Like, this is what Trump was just like, say what now? This is his evidence for waste. I can't. God, this was so awkward.
Yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So,
oh, it looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. Makes sense, weirdo. Why don't you keep talking about stuff no one cares about?
Looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's like 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we take those people and say, like, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else, and you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think that's an example. Like at a high level, if you say, like, how do we increase prosperity? Is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles, and so increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone.
Oh, state the obvious, weirdo. What about low productivity? We're like unelected weirdos wandering into the White House and taking up all our time talking about things no one cares about. Is that something? Is that a low productivity role or a high productivity role? I'm really... Yes. Can you, like... I don't even, for your mental health, you probably shouldn't watch this, but clips do not do the awkwardness of this justice. There were just so many long, like, pauses where it's like, you could just tell the reporters, like, do I have to stand in here? I love this. This was one of the, I'm not going to read this out loud, but I'm just saying, it's his own words. Like, I'm not saying anyone's doing it. I'm just saying, this is just one of the comments that was underneath that clip, which I thought made some interesting points that we might all want to think about when we're thinking about what the F was going on in the Oval Office yesterday. It was very strange. That's all I'm saying. It was like, are we in reality? Are we out of reality? Are some of us in reality and some of us are not? But, and I just want to say this, like, people think like, Trump's a complete idiot. I don't think that. I think Trump in some ways is smart, where like he understands basic concepts, right? He's a basic Queen's mob boss. And what Trump has always been good at doing, right? Actually, let me pause this and use it for a visual aid, is knowing how to have a good human shield. You don't want to be the worst, most evil, richest person in the room, right? We're like, what the F is Elon Musk doing for Trump? He's a literal human shield who's bankrolling him, right? This is, everyone ends up under the wheels of this is just his richest, most lucrative current human shield. This is smart, right? It's actually smart of him to be quiet and let this weirdo ramble, right? And do all the crazy stuff Trump is doing, right? He is responsible for this. At any moment he wants it to stop, it can stop. Never be confused about whether or not this is purposeful. This is a human shield. Trump comes from a reality show world. You don't want to be the biggest threat in the room, right? You want someone next to you to be like, hey, don't worry about me. What about him? We should all be worrying about him. Like, it's actually, it's not, it's a strategy, right? It's a survival strategy. You don't want to play your hand too soon. You don't want to be the biggest problem too soon. Trump's still a lame duck president. He doesn't have to survive 8 years, but he's got to survive 4, and he's going to need a series of human shields, and he's going to drag this, Trump knows how to beat a dead horse, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not smart. It's not smart. Elon's doing everything Trump wants to do. And think about it. While we are all sitting here focused on the richest man in the world, Trump has what? Quadrupled his own personal wealth. He's running grift after grift after grift. So pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, right? He's like the great and terrible. He's the little man pretending to be Oz. Like, it's not smart, is all I'm saying. So, but I mean, we hold them both responsible because they're both absolutely narcissistic, and this can only end in some sort of train wreck. The only guess is like who's going to run over who. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even imagine at this point how we get off this train. But I don't think it's going to just roll to like a safe stop. You know what I mean? There's going to be some sort of a crash for sure. Oh yeah, thank you, Brittany. We're almost to 500K. Tap the screen. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh yeah, I have another clip of Robert Garcia at this hearing that's so good. Just leveling Elon. I love Robert Garcia and the visual. I love a visual aid. As a teacher, bring in the giant poster board.
Also want to run through what Doge actually is going to do. It's a demolition plan that's going to run through our government. Doge is trying to abolish the Department of Education. That means opportunities denied to kids. It means you're ripping away opportunities for children with disabilities who are dependent on this money. You're also halting medical research, which is also critical, which we have to also stop. The idea that we're going to eliminate or destroy the Department of National Institutes of Health, NIH, is crazy. Let's talk about the Department of Labor. We're talking about protections for working people across this country, where people can actually complain about abuses their companies are making against them and their coworkers. Workers are now going to be in danger. And let's also talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, another huge issue for us. Think about the scammers and fraudsters that will be empowered across this country because Elon Musk wants, essentially, these companies have more power over consumers and over people across this country. Look at the Centers for Disease and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is actually what's being discussed partly today. Healthcare, we're talking about being denied to millions of poor people, working class people across this country. And now, of course, they're on to their largest target, the U.S. Social Security Administration. We're talking about the destruction of the actual social safety net in this country. We know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security. Seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call out what is happening at this subcommittee. This is not about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee wants to empower the richest person in the world to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends.
Nailed it, Robert. Nailed it. All in one short soundbite. Just with the visual aids and pulling the papers off. And we got to 500K all at the same time. No, I mean, he can't cover everything, but, teaching moments, that's a great one, right? Because that's the point. It's like, these Congress people, and they're doing better and better and better every single time I watch these hearings of packaging the right amount of information. Because as a teacher, you can only remember so much. You can only learn so much in one clip or one soundbite. And the way they're like really coming with the visual aids and saying it clearly so everyone can understand, and then it's being clipped and disseminated to people, I don't know, just makes me as a teacher excited. Like, that's exactly what we need to do. right? Is get these stories out there. But yeah, like it's easy to say, okay, but now what about healthcare? Yeah, I mean, well, he was talking about. I mean, that's what disability, right? If you're on disability, that's well, depending on what type of disability, Medicare or Medicaid, right? That it is healthcare. I mean, it's when we talk about the social safety net, it is included in there. But yeah, I mean, gutting the Affordable Care Act, I mean, that will come to. I mean, this is all going to come up, but I'm just saying, like, they're doing a good job now. We got to break it down into palatable, bite-sized clips of information so people can understand. I mean, and they're going to feel it, like, as we see, but people need to learn. But I think we'll leave off here for today because we've gotten to 500K. I've been live for almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. And I have some stuff to do before I have, like I said, I think we have our first meeting tonight for the back 40 pack for the marketing and branding with Fax and this awesome guy that we work with. So I'll have more information on that tomorrow. So I need to look into all of this and make another outline so we can learn more tomorrow. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. So thank you guys so much for your support. If you don't subscribe on YouTube, please subscribe. Please follow me on Twitch. Everything I do, I can do because you guys support me. So I just can't thank you guys enough for always being here. Like, I love doing this. It's the first time in my life I'm doing something I enjoy doing. So, and that's all because of you. So thank you. You're amazing, Queen. I shall see you guys tomorrow, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. How did you do that, Chris? That's actually crazy. Does that say Trump? You waited this whole time to say that? Well, I don't even know how you did that, Chris. And I'm surprised you're still here but good. Maybe you heard something important. Should we raid someone? Do you guys want to raid someone? Hold on. I don't have TikTok open. Well, I mean, I have TikTok Studio open. Hey, is Pickles live? Let's raid Pickles. Yeah, I love Pickles. He's great. Raid Pickles, and then tomorrow we'll raid someone else because we did raid Pickles 2 days in a row. I would probably raid Pickles like every day. Next time I'll actually check who's online. But yeah, let's raid Pickles, and then tomorrow we choose some, not because we don't love Pickles, but because we'll just choose something else tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. I shall see you guys tomorrow, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. Don't be late for class, or otherwise have a hall pass. Later, Gators.